All right, everybody, we are here for what will probably be the longest series of episodes we've done on anything. I'm estimating 12 to 14 hours once it's all said and done. We're going to run through, I don't think we, oh yeah, we did. No, we did. We were joking about it, but now we're actually going to do it, which is we're going to run through the entire original cast series of films, the Star Trek films,
Right.
1 through 6,
Right.
and we'll do an episode on Star Trek Generations. So
Right.
it will probably be double features and then Generations by itself because there's nothing really to pair that with, just so
Right.
we don't have a 9-hour episode. I don't think we want to go that far. So I am welcoming back once again Dr. Doug Bielmeyer from Northeastern University, where he is the teaching professor, and his latest album, Music for Billionaires, is available anywhere that you can buy music of any quality, in any format, infinite, all-time, whatever. Yeah,
Even
that's
of
still
low
the newest
quality
album.
too. They're available at all the places that,
That's what I'm
that
saying.
sell the
You
bad
can-
stuff too.
Some people are into lo-fi, so if you want to buy a very high-quality album and mangle it, well, once the music's yours, it's the experience of the consumer. It is your experience. Art is to be interpreted by the person consuming it. So
Right.
do as you will. Doug, welcome back. Ready for some very long Star Trek
Yeah.
conversation, I'm hoping?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. So, are you going to break it up into two, or is it going to be? Is this 9 hours? Is somebody settling it into a 9-hour podcast here, or?
Oh, no.
maybe-
I'm gonna release it. I did have the thought that I might bolt them all together.
Yeah.
And do a super video, which I could, because
Yeah.
YouTube, I don't pay for that, so I
I,
could
I
do
just
that.
feel like if we did that, I'd have to be like, hey, make sure you're taking bathroom breaks or like bio breaks or drinking plenty of water because like you shouldn't be sitting somewhere for 9 hours straight.
Well, I'll here's the clue for everybody. I do intermissions between each movie. So if I do the super long cut, which I don't know why I wouldn't, I don't really care. So if I do that, where it's all beginning to end, then I would advise you, when you see an intermission of some kind, go to the bathroom or just stand up and walk around for 20 minutes.
Right.
Just a good
deep
health
breathing,
practice.
woo-saw, like something. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
just
because
kind
that's
of-
a lot. Yeah.
It is a lot, but then again, there's lots of long videos, so people clearly
Yeah.
consume long videos. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Again, the art is there. You decide what you want to do with it. So, so we're starting off at the beginning with 1979 Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which has had, I believe, 3 different cuts at this point. There was the theatrical version, the director's cut, and now there's the definitive edition, which I think is mostly just polishing up the effects. I don't think there's anything drastically different about it. But I think what most people, if you didn't see it when it came out, you have probably seen the director's cut, because this is a case where everybody agreed the director's cut was the best one. So that's probably the version you've seen. We could get into the differences. I don't really think it's that important. I think you just watch the director's cut and you're set, because it is that is the one that is most widely available. So even though I think the disc I've got has the theatrical cut, but I don't think anybody actually pays attention to it. But let's do a little bit of background, because for anybody who doesn't know how all this came about, Star Trek, the original TV series, ran for 3 seasons between, I believe, 1966 and 1969, was canceled because didn't get enough ratings, put off the air. And then, interestingly, I didn't know all of this detail, but apparently Paramount, because they didn't really care about it, they sold off the syndication rights. So they still kept the property, the IP, but they sold the ability to rerun the show because they didn't think it had any value. And so a number of places started running it, and suddenly people started to get into it that either had skipped it or that really enjoyed it. And they started to see this surge in popularity. And almost within a few years of the reruns, they started talking about, well, can we bring the series back? Can we do a movie? Roddenberry wanted to do a movie that was a prequel. And it doesn't seem like anybody thought that was a good idea. So they said, okay, we'll bring it back as a feature film. And it took, this was the longest that a show had been off to a movie where all the original cast came back, which was a decade, because the movie didn't come out till 79. Now, technically, they filmed it in 77, but if you go from the start of the series, it's a decade later, depending on how you look at it. And they had, I don't know if you read any of the background of how this thing was made. There were so many different versions of stories that were all over the place. There was ones about There was going to be no Spock because he wasn't Leonard Nimoy wasn't going to come back. So they're going to basically do what they sort of did in 2 and 3, where they had another Vulcan that took the place of Spock for a while. That got jettisoned. Nimoy eventually came on. There was one about a sentient wormhole or black hole that was going to envelop the planet. They did something that I think later became Star Trek V, so we'll get to that, where there was a god being, but I think it ended up being a god computer. And they had, Bradbury was writing stuff, Ellison, all these big names before they finally settled down into what eventually became the motion picture, except they couldn't figure out how to do an ending. So this, many of the cast members said, yeah, we had a first, second, and no third act. They didn't know how to bring it to an end. They had everything up to that point. And then I don't even know what necessarily, something worked out. I mean, this was something where they were revising the script as they were filming and eventually figured out this ending where basically Decker and, what's her name? Ilsa? What is her name? I'm messing the name up.
She's a Delton or a Delta.
Yeah, the Delton.
Right?
Yeah, Decker and the Delton. That's like a band name, Decker and the Deltons. But they came up with the idea of them merging, and that was their ending. And they were there because that was their stand-in for Spock when they didn't think that the young Vulcan thing would work out. They still felt like they needed somebody in that place. And so that's what eventually ended up as this movie, which at the time was criticized for having too many effects. Imagine that in the modern era. A lot of the critics are like, too many effects. This is too special effect heavy. We need less special effects. Well, I hope none of you are still around watching movies, because if you think there were a lot of effects in this, you would be drowning in special effects now. So that's the basic background of it. Now, had you watched the original series?
That actually really surprises me. That it was only on for 3 years. A show and a whole, like, just there's a whole culture, of Star Trek. There's a whole society, sub-society in the United States of Trekkies, right? And Captain Kirk and then all the spin-offs we've seen over the last 50 years of just different versions, different adaptations, and not to mention all the other shows that were trying to be like it, right? Like I even think about like Stargate, that series. I know it was based off the Stargate movie, but even just the idea of that series kind of being very similar to a group of people exploring strange new worlds. So that shocks me that it was only on for 3 years. And when you mentioned it was a whole decade till they made the actual movie, I was trying to think, I was thinking of the corollary to Firefly. And I was trying to think, how long was it between when Firefly was canceled? It was only on for 1 season, and then they came out with Serenity, the movie. I don't think it was 10 years, but there definitely was a period of time between the two. And but maybe, so you think about it often, if it's a really great show, this, like back in the day, like if it was a really great series, they would, make it into a movie. But yeah, because we're talking about like a late 60s television program that didn't get its first film until almost the 80s, really.
Yeah, it was, the idea of doing a film of a TV series like this was still somewhat new. And as I said, this was the longest that there had been between, because this was the Star Trek, for anybody who never watched it. And I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the original series. It was on, I remember seeing it here and there. I still don't really ever watch it. I grew up with the animated series and then went into Next Gen. So my real Star Trek memories are the animated series, which I don't think a lot of people would consider the best of Star Trek, but that's what I remember being on. But at the time, a lot of shows were based around 2 or 3 people, as central characters. This was, and they understood this correctly, you had to get everybody, because this was a true ensemble show. And a lot of what made it unique and interesting was the fact that it was such a diverse cast that they knew they had to get all back, and they managed to the point where, but there was a lot of back and forth with this movie. They got the studio, from what I understand, got really, really big on it because they saw this interest, but then it was taking a while and the story wasn't developing. And then they started saying, maybe we should. And that's where Roddenberry organized writing campaigns. He got the fans to say, no, you have to make this, which was still pretty novel. The idea of conventions, the way we know them today, like you were saying, the DNA of this is everywhere, because that stuff really came out of Trek, where before that, conventions weren't necessarily as well organized. They didn't have necessarily the high profile people, and Trek really showed that there was money in it. And once you show that there's money in something, well, then everybody's going to do the same thing. So, yeah, it is fascinating because it does have this humongous cultural imprint for something that, as you said, I'm the same way. I always think it ran for 5 years because of the 5-year mission. But no, in fact, it was canceled for low ratings. When you think about how foundational that is to so much of what science fiction is, the fact that this show got canceled for low ratings is really astonishing because I think the longest stretch after that where there was no Star Trek property had to be between Enterprise and probably Discovery, I would say, because before that they were kind of overlapping for a little bit there, and then we had a little bit of a stretch, kind of like Doctor Who, where it went away and came back.
Right. But it's consistently, like, yeah, there was a little break here and there, but I would say since the late 70s, I mean, there's always been some form of Star Trek, either a motion picture, next gen, the remakes, and they just started like remaking, the originals with, different stories, different plots, all the series, all the sub-series, the new one on Paramount, that, came out a few years ago, with Anson Mount now.
Strange New Worlds. Oh, I love Strange New
Yeah,
Worlds. It's great.
yeah, yeah. So a lot of so much content, such a big world, right? From a show that only ran 3 years.
And did you say that did you watch the original series? Were you a fan from there, or did you jump on
No,
kind of later, like Next Gen,
I'm
that type of thing?
not. Here's the thing. So I've seen every Star Trek movie many times, and I wouldn't consider myself a Trekkie. I consider myself, I love science fiction, and I've seen all the next gen movies too. I've seen the newer ones. I've watched a lot of the series. I guess I am. I'm like,
I
I'm
was
not
going
a
to say,
Trekkie,
what you were
but I've
describing
seen
is a
probably
Trekker,
like
but all right, keep
90%.
going.
Yeah. So no, I've seen most of the content. Babylon 5, other things. All the other related things. Um, Deep Space Nine, but I've never watched from start to finish the original series, and maybe I've seen like an episode or two, enough to make a joke about like trouble with tribbles or something like that, you
Sure.
know what I mean? But and I know I've seen an episode where Khan is in it or something, or a version of that. But other than that, I haven't, and that's kind of surprising, that I haven't. I don't know why. But as far as these movies, and the kind of movies that started in the late 70s and kind of went into the 90s, I think because they were science fiction and it was when I was growing up and when I was like consuming movies and science fiction, and these weren't R-rated movies, so I was able to actually watch them as a kid, and my parents were like, okay, like whatever, it's not Terminator, right? So I think I watched these a lot, and it was funny. I was rewatching it today, and it's getting close to the holidays, and for some reason, it just felt right watching Star Trek, because I think usually on like holidays or like on weekends, in my childhood, I'd be consuming all this, type of sci-fi stuff. So it just felt like really right to be like watching it at this time of year, and especially we're kind of embarking on watching all the movies. I'm like, wow, I think this is like the right time of year, to be doing it. So I think there's a big nostalgia factor for me, because I think these movies are very closely related to my childhood and the movies I was watching.
Yeah, I've never watched the entire series, the original series, front to back either. I've only seen selected episodes.
Yeah,
Same
even
thing.
that's more than I have. That's more than I have. Yeah,
Yeah, and really just the ones that I always read were kind of the classics or the important ones. Space
sure.
Seed, like the calm one that you mentioned, that's that one I watched, which is, if you've never watched that one, if you'd like to see misogyny in action, watch that one, because the way
Well,
Khan talks to that woman is insane.
yeah,
It
yeah,
is something else.
yeah.
Well, yeah, and plus
Well,
Ricardo Montalban is peak Khan at that point.
yeah. Well, that's the other thing too. It's like, for a show that is so was about diversity, and it had this like beautiful, like Star Trek in general has this beautiful idea of a world that like figured out all their differences, and basically then also figured out all their differences with other, civilizations, other worlds, and they create this federation to explore space. Like it's this beautiful, like 60s, 70s, like NASA science Voyager type mission, right? Idea, concept of a future. And I mean, yeah, there's still Klingons and, some other, assholes in the galaxy. But in general, everybody's kind of, getting along. So I think it's, and that's funny. So, even going back to the original series, there's still going to be like misogyny and some of the things that, existed in the 60s still exist today. But I think that's one of the things maybe that why Star Trek is such an exciting series, or something that is getting redone and redone so often, because it has this message of like, instead of this dystopian, like all the cyberpunk and the dystopian stuff that we consume, tons of it. This one's like, well, what if everybody like got along and we figured this out and we actually explored space and like learned more about like all the Star Trek is all about like humanity, right? Like all the movies and the shows are about, yeah, we have all this technology and we explored this brave new world, but at the end of the day, we're humans, and that's our strength and our weakness.
Well, that's one of the things that I think is so great about Deep Space Nine is that it basically said, okay, everything has been very utopian up to now, but what happens when the pressure is applied? And, that you can't necessarily stick to your ideals, which is why I think Next Gen and Deep Space Nine are such a wonderful pairing, because one side is, let's be diplomatic. Let's try to talk this out before we start firing. And Deep Space Nine is, well, what if you're facing an enemy that doesn't care and is literally just going to tell one of their soldiers to blow themselves up into one of your ships as part of a war because they're ruthless? Can you really just talk to somebody who doesn't want to talk to you? So,
but even just having the show I feel like the shows that are like that are just like having that conversation anyways, like just to, like I feel like that's totally the vibe, and that happens all the time, even when they're like dealing with the Klingons. Like later we'll talk about when they have to have dinner with the Klingons, and it's just like there's these old prejudices, and it's such a cover for a Cold War. It's such a Cold War.
And that's another thing that the original series did really well. And to its credit, it was doing the thing where it was talking about something that was current and a real world issue without hammering you over the head with it. The same way that a lot of Twilight Zone episodes are actually talking about something else under the cover of, aliens coming to whatever. Trek was doing that where, the famous episode where the aliens are half black, half white. And the only reason they're chasing the other aliens is because they're half black and half white on the wrong side. And there's this ludicrous nature to when you get to that. I mean, obviously most people would know it now because it's a pop culture thing. But at the time, you're sitting there going, why are they after him? Why are they after him? And you can't figure it out. And when he says it, it's so ludicrous. And yet it is a very direct, it's literal a black and white episode. And that's, I think, why at the time it probably landed for a lot of people who were into the big ideas and all that stuff. So the interesting thing is, how do you make that into a motion picture? How do you take that type of series, which, in many cases was known for being very cerebral and, getting into very intellectual ideas, and make it into a movie where somebody wants, because it's one thing to do an episode of television that's probably about 40 something minutes. It's another to do a 2-hour plus movie where you're trying to get into big ideas. And a lot of the criticisms of this movie, the first film when it came out, was that it was too slow. And that was what I heard a lot of people say when I was younger is, oh, it's boring. It just moves too slowly. And some of that apparently is fixed by the recutting of the movie. I haven't watched the theatrical cut in so long, I don't remember. I do remember the first time I watched it thinking, wow, this is taking its time. But not really minding that, just understanding that there wasn't a lot of laser battles happening. Like I could tell, okay, this is not going to be what Wrath of Khan did, where we suddenly went into, okay, two ships in a nebula trying to, play battleship against each other. So I think
like a Buck
in
Rogers
that way,
or something like,
right,
like
yeah,
or even
jetpacks flying around.
Even Battlestar was a little bit more, you got some shooting and space.
Yeah, it's not
fights.
It's not high adventure. It's more of an intellectual thought study of, okay, what happens if a life form develops in this very specific way. And so the movie itself starts off and we get this long stretch, which I don't think this is in the theatrical cut. My suspicion is it wasn't, where you just see a star field and there's music playing. And I always forget about that little bit So I'm always like, boy, the titles are taking a while. And then I go, oh, yeah, no, this is the setup for it. And so you get this long kind of, I don't know what you would describe it as musically, because it's not really playing the main fanfare. It's just kind of almost an intermission at the beginning of the movie. I don't know how else to really describe it.
Yeah, I feel like this. So I feel like what the ghosts of Kubrick and 2001: Space Odyssey. I feel like there was this pressure. If you're going to do a big space movie, you have to. We have this movie has to be at that level, you know, and that to me is one of the. I don't know. We don't have to argue about this, but I think that's one of like that is the touchstone film about space that, you know, even going back now and watching it in, I think I watched it a year or two ago, I was just like, man, those effects still look great. Like this is just an amazing movie. And so, you know, we even talked about with Tarkovsky, you know, how he, you know, he didn't like it, but clearly, clearly he identified like this is a pretty important film. It's not human enough, like he said it's not human enough, but so I think there was a little bit of that. I think like because you know at the start of 2001: Space Odyssey, you have just a blank screen and you have the Ligeti score that comes in. That's just like kind of this like cacophonous noise. So I think they were like being like, we want to be, we want to be 2001. You know, we want to be on that stage and or we want to be in that category because we're doing Star Trek here, and this is like you know like we need to. This is going to be a higher thought film. And so I think throughout the movie, I often saw that sometimes they were sort of trapped by this idea that this movie had to be it had to be a film, it had to be a really great space film, and where you know we'll talk about this too in some of the later entries. It's a little bit more right sized. It's a little bit more like okay, it's going to be you know really high concepts, but also you know like people like seeing like birds of prey like decloaking and like shooting other you know other versions of the Enterprise like other you know other ships in the Federation. So
Well, and one of the fascinating things, which we'll get to in a minute, is how the later movies kind of go the opposite way of this one. But I'll be honest, this and the last film, this and six, are my favorites of the original ones, specifically because I think this is how you get people into the idea of what this movie is going to be. So I actually like the fact that there is nothing but a starfield and music because it's not an action film. This is not going to be Star Wars, which is another movie that a lot of people at that time were kind of expecting. And I think that was some of the reaction to this was, well, this isn't Star Wars. But 2001 is the other side. And as you said, even Tarkovsky not liking it, he was reacting to it, which demonstrates he knew how important it was. So he saw the coldness as it's failing, not the way it was made. And so he made his human version of that long kind of, you know, very deliberate film that was taking its time. So we get to Starfield, and then we immediately cut to probably one of the greatest pieces of movie music that's ever been written. So much so that it was reused in Next Gen as the opening. And in fact, most people probably think of this as the Next Gen opening and may not even know that it was written for this film. The composer is Jerry Goldsmith. I think we mentioned that briefly already. And this was also rewritten. There was a version of this that apparently was completely rejected. The director, Robert Wise, said, no, it's not working. Redo it from scratch. And Goldsmith was annoyed, but then went on to say that he and Robert Wise had one of the best working relationships of anybody he'd worked with. So clearly he understood that a director knows what something needs, and he went back and reworked it. And this is only about a minute and a half long. So I didn't cut this down, and it accomplishes everything it needs to in a minute and a half. So I'm just going to play it, and then we'll talk about it in a second. So here we go. And as usual, Doug, as the musician, I will turn it over to you to talk about this magnificent theme.
Yeah. Um, I don't know what you mentioned. There was another version, there was an earlier cut. And, we talked a little bit about, I think offline here, about the original series music and how it used a theremin and there were vocals and it was very sci-fi-ish, right? It was very sort of quintessential sci-fi and definitely like 60s sci-fi, right? Which was sort of, you know, quirky and there's robots. I think about, the some of the kind of futuristic films from the 60s. But this was a really classic orchestration. And, Goldsmith, Jerry Goldsmith, uh, a lot of his movies I've seen that he's scored for, and he has a very specific sound. I mean, Alien is another film he scored. Chinatown is a film he scored. He also scored the film L.A. Confidential, which is a favorite of mine. And so he has a very specific sound. It usually focuses on trumpets. And he has the big, kind of like the John Williams idea of, the big hero trumpets, horns, that type of thing to kind of introduce the hero. So we definitely have that. We have this like big opening, triumphant, just exploring space type of idea here at the start with the horns and the orchestration. What's interesting is after these credits roll, it goes into a scene with Klingons. And it's funny because the music changes. It changes to the, just like John Williams does the sort of light motives where, he had a different theme for Luke and Leia, and Vader had his own, Imperial March, right? The Klingons had their own sound, and it didn't have horns. It's like some of the woodwind instruments, and then there's these like, it sounds like shaking bones, so it's a little bit more percussion, and it just sounds a little bit more exotic and less like heroic and kind of hero trumpet. Because so even before, if you're a nerd like me, you're like Birds of Prey, cool, like what's happening? Like, oh great, the Klingons are in this right away. But for even somebody who didn't know anything about Star Trek, they would be like, wait, okay, I'm not looking. These aren't the good guys. These are somebody else. Because it's kind of more exotic sounding and kind of strange. And we don't actually see the Klingons right away in this opening scene. We see the ships and we get a lot of long shots of the ship before we actually go inside and see the kind of, very different kind of ugly looking Klingons.
Yeah, this was a big redesign compared to the original series Klingons, which were very bare bones. I mean, there really wasn't anything. They had some kind of big eyebrows and their hair was a little weird, but they have otherwise looked very humanoid. So yeah, we get these really beautiful model shots, nice close-ups of the models where we see the I think these were considered the battle cruisers at the time. I don't know if they called these the Bird of Prey. I can't remember all the different versions. They're certainly not the best Bird of Prey version that we will see in later films, which is the best enemy ship that Star Trek's ever designed. But this isn't that, where the wings come up and they go down. Right. Fantastic. Yeah. But this is the older style one that was the kind of older series one. So yeah, we get these shots of the V'ger cloud, which has its own sound effects, which are really, really magnificent. All the V'ger kind of sound where it's approaching something. And then later we'll hear some of it when they're actually in V'ger, and there's these really weird noises that happen in the back. It's really wonderful sound design throughout the whole movie. But yeah, like you said, you immediately get this shift from very bright gold lettering with all of the people, and then people be like, oh wow, they're all coming back and this is great. And immediately the inside of the Klingon ship is dour and dark and reds, and they're very underlit, and they are horrific looking in many ways. They dial that back a bit later. There isn't as much of the sculpted hair type of stuff that we see here. The kind of facial changes stick around, like the ridges and like the sharp teeth and the kind of animalistic look that they've got, but the hair is definitely of its time, where it's just this big sweeping, almost weird back comb over thing that they've got. And right. I don't know how else to describe it. It's so weird looking, and they definitely understood that maybe that didn't work, but the rest of it is pretty much the template for, and this is again a redesign for what most people know the Klingons to be now. This is really where it started. The effects in this movie are spectacular, top to bottom. I mean, they're just great. Old style model work, really great prosthetics and makeup. So they come into this V'ger cloud, which we don't know what it is at that point, but it's just a cloud. In fact, for most of the movie, we don't know what this thing is. But it immediately, again, to the opposite of most space movies, when it fires its energy beams or balls of light, it just makes them disappear. There is no explosion, no giant, light show. There's no firing back and forth. They are just destroyed. They're just gone, and they vanish, which again is probably the opposite of the Buck Rogers big explosions kind of thing that people were expecting. So right off the bat, you know that this movie is something different. And that's all we ever see of the Klingons. We get one shot of them for such a big enemy redesign. We only ever see them in the beginning, and then they're not a factor. So it's kind of a weird, in a modern film context, it's sort of odd that you would have this major redesign of a classic character that then has no part in anything else. But I like it because it is, as you said, such a tonal shift from to, oh yeah, these guys, bad news. Oh, they just got eaten up by something that's like 80 times bigger than them and didn't bother to even flinch. It's just kind of moving along. Sort of like what we get in Star Trek 4, sort of a precursor to the giant aluminum foil roll,
Right.
more or less.
Yeah, I was like, wait, isn't this the plot to 4? And I haven't watched 4 recently, so I'm excited to, when I get to that film, to be like, how much borrowing happened here between number 1 and number 4?
Well, that's the interesting bit is, the idea of a godlike being, which will come back in 5, the idea of this giant thing that is trying to communicate and is not getting an answer. That's very Star Trek 4. So just without the environmental angle to it. So it kind of goes into that direction, which is why 4 is not necessarily my favorite either. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, so we get this kind of really big opening, shows how powerful whatever this thing is, because it just eats up 3 battle cruisers with no fight whatsoever. And then we more or less get straight to Spock on Vulcan as he's going through the Kulinar ceremony, which is the purging of all emotions to become a being of pure logic. And he's going through it, he's getting ready, and then he stops because he senses something, which, people might have forgotten that, yeah, Vulcans are basically psychic. I mean, a lot of times they have to touch you, but they're essentially psychic. And this feels like a precursor to the Counselor Troy thing where you can sense something. I don't know if there was that much of that in the original series. I don't have enough of a memory of it to know if Vulcans typically could sense big things beyond mind melding. But whatever, it's a movie, who cares? And so he basically gives up on the Kulinar ceremony and is going to leave Vulcan. We don't know why yet, because then we cut back to the starbase, which will be flipped upside down for Star Trek 2. That will become the medical base in Star Trek 2.
Right. Yes.
So,
I was like,
yeah.
this looks very familiar. I was trying to, I'm like, no, this is, yeah, when they visit the derelict space station later. Yeah, I was like,
What's it called?
very similar model.
Something too. I don't remember what it's called. Regula Station. This will be Regula Station. So the starbase in this is a flipped over Regula 1, I think is the actual name of this. Regula 1 and 2. I remember the movies. I don't remember the show.
Right.
So yeah, we see this inverted space starbase. Not inverted yet. It will be the next one. And essentially we are now reintroduced to what is, he is Admiral Kirk, who we'll find out, been off of the ship for 2+ years. And has a Vulcan science officer, whose name I don't remember because he dies so quickly, who is essentially Spock too. And I don't know if that's a remnant of when they thought Leonard Nimoy wasn't coming back, or if they were trying to emphasize that Kirk wants another Spock, which is kind of how I read it, is that Kirk wants Spock back, that there is that deep kind of bond between them, or at least there is on Kirk's side in the beginning, and then Spock comes to it later, that he just wants another Vulcan, that he essentially wants to get the old gang back together. And you find out that he's going to come back on and take over the Enterprise, which normally would not be. If you go to Admiral, you're not a captain anymore. Of course, Kirk does this multiple times throughout these films where he's like, I don't want to be Admiral anymore, so I'll either subconsciously or very directly get myself, knocked back down so I can get back on the ship. So he's going to take over the Enterprise.
I think it's a really universal idea, though. Like a lot of the themes in this film are these universal, like, you get promoted over your, over what you really started. You really love to do X, and so you're really good at it, so you keep getting promoted, so then you're no longer doing X. It's like, so I think, yeah, I think that's just a universal. Everybody can understand that it's like, he was one of the greatest, captains in the Federation, so of course he's going to keep moving up, and but he really loves to just be behind, at the helm of the ship.
Oh yeah, this is the classic thing where oh, cop is now working a desk and misses being out on the beat and does whatever it takes to be back on the street or whatever. So yeah, just the idea of that there are people who are adrenaline junkies and they want to be out on the edge of things, either exploring or in danger constantly. It's a very, very common theme. So we find out that he's going to go back and take over the Enterprise, which has been completely redesigned. And here again, something that a modern audience might not understand is how different this Enterprise is. If you've never seen the original Series 1, go look at it compared to the one that's in this movie, because they were going to completely re-engineer the whole thing, different shape entirely. And I think Roddenberry was like, no, you have to make it look basically the same. You can change things, but there still has to be a saucer here and the body and the tuna cells. Like, it has to look that way, which I think he was correct to completely redo it. I mean, the Enterprise D is a beautiful ship, but you had to kind of get there over time. You couldn't just jump straight to there. And I don't know if that type of redesign would have been acceptable, especially if you're reviving a franchise that's been off of the public radar for, a decade or so. You have to have some common touch points. I think this redesign is great. I think it looks more modern than the old one without going too far into what will eventually be like the Enterprise D. I really like the redesign of this ship. I think it looks great.
I agree. I think I think there's a lot in the movie. There's the mind meld stuff, there's the Vulcan neck pinch, there's all some of the things, like they were doing a lot of fan service, and this can get out of hand, and especially like reboots and kind of contemporary films where they're like trying to nod. Actually, I would say the most recent Alien film felt like this. I think that it was almost it was so subservient to every Alien movie that had come before it that it really had to do a lot of hard nodding and sometimes just straight up copyright infringement on the old movies, to kind of nod to the audience. And the best parts of the movie was when they just didn't do what had already been done, and you're like, wow, this is a cool new concept. So I think this was a great balance, of presenting something new but keeping that tradition there. And it's kind of like if you go to see a show, you see a band and they only play all the new songs. You're like so, and you don't know any of the new stuff from the new album, so you kind of they need to play some of the old songs that you like, right? So I think the movie did a great job in general of taking the things, because we even talked about some of the misogyny, some of the things that were a little bit old fashioned about, or just straight up racist about the original series, and they modernized it for a late 70s, early 80s audience. And yeah, I think close enough but different. And they even tease us too, as Kirk gets back on the ship. They kind of tease the audience that we don't get to see the ship right away. We're looking at it through scaffolding, and there clearly was a lot of anticipation for what is the ship going to look like. And they did a great job in that movie of kind of like teasing it, and we don't get to see it right away. And then when we do, it looks great. They have lights on it. They have, the huge Jerry Goldsmith score, and, you keep seeing Kirk's expression, and you get to see how people are just like in awe of it, even just looking at it.
Yeah, and what we get first is we get a little tease of something that will come later, where Kirk has to be taken by shuttle because the transporters aren't working, which will become a thing later in a very strange scene, which we'll get to. But as he's being taken over, Scotty's taking him, because Scotty, of course, is still the chief engineer, and he basically tells Scotty, is the first one to really know of the crew, that, hey, I'm going to be captain again, which is the first kind of moment where everybody around Kirk is telling him to his face that, okay, this isn't normal. You're doing something because you can't step away from this. Kirk doesn't see it for quite a while before he realizes what's going on, or is basically told what's going on. But this is just a little clip where you can hear Mr. Scott saying, okay, so you basically took over the ship. They didn't offer it to you, they took it over. And this is just their bit of dialogue right before we get to the big kind of long reveal of the ship.
Crew haven't had near enough transition time with all our new equipment. And the engines are not even tested at warp power. And an untried captain.
2.5 years as Chief of Starfleet Operations may have made me a little stale, but I wouldn't exactly consider myself untried. They gave her back to me, Scotty.
Gave her back, sir? I doubt it was that easy with Nagora.
You're right.
Well, any man who could manage such a feat, I would not dare disappoint. She'll launch on time, sir, and she'll be ready.
So what this is explaining is that the Enterprise isn't really ready to launch yet, that they're racing to, because it's the closest ship to this entity that they don't know what it is yet. But what Scotty is basically telling him is he doesn't realize what's going on. And then there's that little bit where he says, they gave her back to me, which right there is self-deception, because immediately Scotty is like, I don't think so. I think basically you made them. And you will find out later when he's explaining, he says, oh, it's because of my experience that he leverages getting this back, because there's a dialogue which we'll hear where Decker, who is supposed to be the captain, says, well, you know, it's not really a surprise that this is going on. But before we get to that, we get this beautiful long, I don't even know how many minutes. It's got to be 6-7 minute long kind of glamour show of the new Enterprise, which is fantastic. It's a beautiful model. They shoot it from every angle. It's just wonderful. Old school model making where you see this ship that was probably a good 10, 12 feet. In actuality, is probably pretty large. And they just keep, as you said, you see Kirk reacting to it, and you see it from every possible angle. I mean, I don't think there's 1 inch of this thing that isn't shown in the sequence. And it's great because, again, now we don't think about it so much, but this is the equivalent of people who've been waiting and waiting and waiting and hoping this thing would come back. Now seeing this really beautiful new version of the Enterprise, which is close enough that they recognize it, but still looks like it's been modernized. And it's gorgeous. I mean, it's a beautiful, and the Goldsmith theme, I think he talked about the fact that it was like, it was almost like we're going on for too long with this thing, but it was just long enough because it just keeps going, and you sit there and a modern audience is going, okay, is this going to end sometime soon? But again, at the time, if you were a fan of this, to watch this, you probably didn't want it to ever end. You just want to keep seeing the ship and then eventually see it go do things. So I understand why it's as long as it is. I have no issue with it, but to watch it with a modern eye, you sit there and go, yeah, they are really drawing this out. They are taking their sweet time, but I have no complaints about it.
But I completely understood that. I remember going to see they re-released the first Star Wars films sometime when I was in my teens, maybe, because of the newer movies that they made. But every time the Lucas, films, the logo, the audience was like cheering, and people were crying, and it was great because we were seeing new Star Wars stuff. So I assumed that there was a bunch of teenagers, but probably older because they had watched it in the 60s. There was a whole group of people in the theater when they saw the new Enterprise. They were just cheering. And so I'm sure while that was all happening, there was some response probably in the audience. And so I assumed it was just fan service, but not in a horrible way, where sometimes you're just like, oh, okay, they're winking at the camera, like they like break the fourth wall or whatever. This was fan service in a really cinematic way where it was just showing, a very, really the best angles of the ship, the best lighting, great model work, like he said. I also think Jerry Goldsmith's score was really essential to making this scene work and be that long, because kind of the way it works is they sort of approach the ship, you see it from far away, and then they're kind of going along the side where all the scaffolding is, so there's like, you can't really see the ship, you're getting glimpses, you like can see some of the words, and the score at that point, it's not the full-on horns like hero theme, it's the theme on like woodwind instruments and like some of the softer instruments in the orchestra, so it's kind of like getting your juices flowing, but it's not actually being like, it's not 7 minutes of just horns being like Enterprise, Enterprise, and you're just like, okay, like we've seen it. There is a little bit of, there's a little bit of a mystery and kind of even just visually, we're not being able to see the whole thing. So then finally, at the end of this big, scene, we see the whole ship, and then we're able to go, in it, around it, see the lights come on. The lights don't come on till later. That's another scene where we just like look at the Enterprise for like 5 minutes, but we see all this, and then we also get to see Scotty and Kirk's response, looking at it, gazing at it. And there's like all these different ones where he's like, wow, I'm amazed. Like, he's in awe. He's like happy to be there. Scotty's like, great. And it's just like, I'm like, so it does kind of go on for quite a bit. But I think the music helps really sort of build some suspense and have there be sort of more of an arc to it instead of just 5 minutes of, Enterprise porn, basically.
Yeah, and I like I said, I have no issue with it, and especially knowing what will come later, which in 3,
Sure.
what will happen to this ship. I do
Right.
like the fact that you see so much of it, and that they really just and it does show off how magnificent this model is, because it's impeccable. I mean, I don't think they had to do any retouching for that. This is something where they built it knowing that they were going to have to see it in heavy detail. And even in a 4K, which is what I watched it on, there's no seams to it. I mean, I'm sure a model maker could see things, but I, as an audience member, I see nothing. Whereas, there's some other movies and shows, you can go, oh, okay, I see they glued on the handle of a toothbrush at that part. That's easy. I can tell what that is. This, it's beautiful. I mean, it's just one of these classic science fiction ship designs that you understand why the Enterprise always has to look relatively a certain ways, because they nailed the design right from the beginning, and that's why they've kind of followed it more or less all the way through, with variation here and there. But it's a beautiful scene. I don't mind that it's over long at all. That's fine. So eventually Kirk gets to the ship and he comes on board, and again, everybody just thinks he's there to kind of, crack the champagne bottle and christen it and let it go. And so he's making his way through, and you see Scotty in a couple scenes where he realizes that Decker is about to be told, and he's kind of like in the background, like, okay. Cause he knows that, cause Decker's like, oh, you came here to give us a pep talk. I don't really need it. I'm really, really busy, but thanks for coming over. And you see this background, Sky's like, no, that's not what it is. And so this is the dialogue where we're going to hear Kirk telling Decker that he is taking over. And there is an immediate antagonism between the two of them that's going to go on for a while, until after basically the wormhole scene, but even past that a bit. So this is Kirk basically telling Decker, yeah, I'm not here because I'm wishing you well. I'm here because I'm taking over command of your ship.
Let's talk.
Sure. Let me know when that backup's ready.
Aye, sir.
All due respect, sir, I hope this isn't some kind of Starfleet pep talk. I'm really too busy.
I'm taking over the sailor seat, Will.
You're what?
I'm replacing you as captain of the Enterprise. You'll stay on as executive officer. Temporary grade reduction to commander.
You personally are assuming command?
Yeah.
May I ask why?
My experience. 5 years out there dealing with unknowns like this. My familiarity with the Enterprise, its crew.
Admiral, this is an almost totally new Enterprise. You don't know her a tenth as well as I do.
That's why you're staying aboard. I'm sorry, Will.
No, Admiral. I don't think you're sorry. Not one damn bit. I remember when you recommended me for this command. You told me how envious you were and how much you hoped you'd find a way to get a Starship Command again. Well, sir, it looks like you found a way.
Report to the bridge, Commander. Immediately.
Aye, sir.
And this is immediately where Kirk is a dick. I mean, there's just no way around it. The whole way he talks to Decker, some of the words he's using and his whole tone is just like, I beat you, which is something that gets commented on by Bones later, is this, why are you competing with him? But if this was reversed, Kirk would have punched him in the face. I mean, he would have flipped out, because it's just the way he's like, I'm taking over, you're only staying on because you know the ship, like just very dismissive. And I don't know how people took that as fans of the show, because the episodes I've seen, Kirk is certainly, very, very like in the forefront and aggressive, but not aggressive, not arrogant aggressive, more of just kind of like he's leading the charge. Whereas in this, the tone from the beginning with him is almost an antagonist, almost that he is a secondary villain in the way that he's just kind of steamrolling over everybody. And it is this idea that it's because he just wants to be back on the Enterprise. And some of the things he says, he must know don't make sense. Like when he's talking about, I know the ship better. Of course he doesn't know the ship better. Because, and the same thing where, the thing, well, they gave her back to me. Like, I deserve this ship. So it's a very interesting characterization for Kirk, because it feels very different from what I know of I haven't seen all the original episodes, but I've seen enough of them where this never felt like what Kirk's default position was. So it is interesting where the movie positions him. I think it's intentional. They're doing it because they want to have this scene where he realizes he has this flaw in his character. But it is interesting how just overtly antagonistic he is towards Decker, the person he put into the job to take over the ship, who says, I know what's going on here. Don't fool yourself because you're not fooling me. He's correct. Kirk is being an asshole. I mean, that's really what the scene sets up.
Yeah, and it's such a thing about like the Kirk character is the Kobayashi Maru, right? He is the character that like figured out a way to trick the test so that he could, beat the academy, beat the establishment. And so everybody, they're coming to see this movie and they're like, great, it's going to be Captain Kirk, like, doing it his way with his, with his crew. And they're going to, redefine things. And here he is, he's the establishment now, right? Like he's the, instead of the new artist, on the label, he is the label exec now, right? And he's like, I'm going to throw my weight around. And this you don't know much about Decker, but you're like, he's down there in engineering. He's a smart guy. He looks like maybe a young, like another Captain Kirk type, And so here's Kirk now. He's like the old guy. He's the established guy, and he's kicking him out of his position. So, a lot of the series are about Kirk's sort of, his flaws are his weaknesses are his strengths, and his strengths are his weaknesses. And there's a lot of that in these films where, different characters help him realize that, or through his own actions, he sees that. But I think that's what this was. I think the audience was kind of like, wait, so Kirk's a dick now? like it was probably directly to the audience, where being like, well, what if Kirk got old, or what if Kirk got promoted past his effectiveness and tried to come back and reclaim the captainship? So I think it's just great writing. I think it's just great writing.
Well, and you pointed something out that I didn't even catch until you just pointed out, whereas when Decker's in engineering, there's another thing where Kirk is above him and comes down this elevator and just has this kind of smugness to him. But you're right, because Decker's positioning down in the engineering deck with Scotty does position him as the person who's actually in the trenches, getting the ship ready. He doesn't seem overworked, or he doesn't seem angry. He's just like, nope, we're going to get it done. We're getting it done. I just have a lot of stuff to do, but we're going to make this thing happen. I know what's going on. Like, he has a confidence to him without the arrogance of what Kirk comes in saying, hey, I'm the one who's been out here. And, okay, it's been a few years, but I still, I know this ship and I know more than you. And it is fascinating, again, that they didn't kind of ramp up to that he's just immediately dislikable. He's just not dislikable, unlikable. And it does come across as, you're an admiral. You're basically, this is a common thing in the military, is, the people giving orders forget what it's like to be on the front lines when they've been away from them for a while. So there is a lot of that in here, which I really like, because it does, I think, at the time, it probably threw the audience off, that they weren't really sure what they were getting. And was this, I would not be surprised if some people thought that Kirk might die at the end of this movie and Decker would take back over, because Decker comes off very well for most of the movie until Kirk kind of gets slapped around by, the people who've worked with him for a while, and then becomes a softer version of himself. But then we go from that to this transporter accident, which is a legitimately horror scene. Like, it's not played lightly. It is horrific. So what we see is the Vulcan science officer that Kirk wanted and somebody else, I don't remember who the other person was supposed to be. Maybe it was a medical officer. Whoever it was, they attempt to beam them up and something goes wrong and they try to send them back down. And you hear this audio. I didn't capture it because it's just a small snippet, but basically you hear this monstrous noise. And then the people from the other side radio back and they say, what materialized didn't live long. And it's horrific. It's like a Cronenberg scene because you see a little bit of them mutating in the pattern buffer before they get sent back. And it's like, whoa, what is this? And
Right,
it's
but
just
they didn't
so
go
out of the
full.
rest of the movie.
They didn't go full Cronenberg where like they actually then showed like the mutilated, corpses or whatever. But it was all the sound effects. The sound effects were so effective where it was like these distorted voices. It reminded me of I know Event Horizon was done years and years later, but the idea of some of the scenes in Event Horizon where they're showing like how the crew went crazy and like there's these visuals, but the sound is just horrible. It's like this inhuman howling. Yeah, and then just on the other end, they're like, whatever got beamed back over here didn't live very long. And you're just you're like, that's, yeah. So it got real. It got real that like, they're like, but that's the hubris of the captain, right? Like pushing, saying like, no, Scotty, get it done. Whatever. They'll get it done. If I tell them to do it, they'll get it done. And then even then he like realizes that if he pushes too hard, like he says to the attendant who's controlling the transporter, he says to her, he's like, it wasn't your fault. And he knows right then and there, it's his fault. And he kind of stutters out into the hallway or kind of, stumbles. And at which point he's like walking and he like changes directions because he has to stop and ask somebody like, which way is the engine room? Like which way, which way,
And right
which
after
way.
he does, Decker is just standing there looking at him, knowing what happened and the fact that he doesn't know where he's going.
Mhm.
It's a great scene because Decker's just glaring at him like, yeah, I thought so. It's great because I don't think there's even
You
any
don't even know
dialogue.
where the
Decker's just
restrooms
looking
are,
at him.
man. You don't even know where the
Right.
restrooms are anymore.
Yeah, it's a great scene because it does kind of shift the tone where you do understand that, because they always talk, Bones always had this paranoia about the teleporters and there's all this stuff, but again, there's these interesting tonal shifts in the movie that I don't know that people were really expecting, and certainly that feels like a moment where somebody was like, well, this is a movie now, so we have to do a little bit more than the show would. Like, we probably couldn't have done this on the show at the time, but we want to, show what happens when something goes wrong. Like, space is dangerous in general, and this is our version of, hey, an accident is going to kill people. But I also think it clears the way for Spock to show up. I mean, I think that's the true purpose, is it's got a story mechanism as well. So then we see Aaliyah, that's her name. Aaliyah comes on, and she's this very striking, she's a bald woman, beautiful woman. She was an actress who didn't live very long. She had lung cancer or something, so she died pretty young. She did a couple of different roles. She's good in this, and she shows up, and we immediately have kind of what they would do later with Riker, where,
Right.
the alien woman and the commander have a past, and it's very, very clear, because they're like, oh,
Hey there.
yeah. And you find out that Deltans have this utter magnetic sexual attraction, which if you know anything about Gene Roddenberry, that was probably his idea. They also wanted her to do a nude scene, and she said no. Again, looking at Gene Roddenberry's past, he liked ladies a lot.
He liked
so
the ladies,
I this feels like a story element of Gene Roddenberry going, what if she's irresistible? All the men just want her.
What did she say in that scene though? Like my
vow of celibacy is still holding. So
or no, is well known or well documented or something?
Yeah, because Deltans can only join the Federation if they take a vow of celibacy. So you have to get into the Federation, a Deltan has to agree to that, because they're just so sexually overpowering. They're sexual tyrannosauruses. So they have to make sure that they don't turn the whole crew against each other, I think is the idea, that the men will just start beating each other to death. So even though, from what I understand of reading it,
yeah, that's a little old-fashioned. We're talking about the misogyny, like this idea that the chaos woman is going to come and destroy, the ship.
Also,
but
Uhura
is fine. She's fine. She's over there.
Uhura's okay. She's just the communications officer. She's just running the radio. But when she comes back as the V'ger thing, that skirt she's wearing is ridiculous. I mean, it's just
And she has heels.
But
She has like these like high heels on. I'm just like, all right, well, it was the 70s, man. I don't
uh,
know.
as I said, Gene Roddenberry was still alive, and he was still doing a lot of the story
Yeah,
manipulation in the background.
right,
So we'll leave it
right.
at that. But
Yes,
yeah, but her pheromone stuff is still in effect. So it's not
yeah.
like she took a drug that stopped her from being sexually magnetic. So I don't know that the vow of celibacy just, I don't know, is that really going to work? But hey,
I
whatever the
just felt
story
like
needs.
it was like bizarre for me not knowing the like the backstory of that. Like it just felt bizarre. It was just kind of like if you went to a new job and you're like, yeah, like I don't sleep with people. Like, you're like, what am I
Uh,
doing? And they're like, you're gonna be working at workstation B over here, and you're like, cool. By the way, I don't sleep with people. And they're like, okay, cool. Like,
Me knowing the backstory doesn't make it
right?
any less strange. It's still
Does
an
it?
odd thing to
Okay.
just walk onto the bridge and be like, "Yep, no sex for anybody.
Yep,
Thanks."
yep. I'm a
Okay.
closed. I'm closed for business. Everybody, let's explore some space.
Oh boy, you can explore everything, but not everything, if you know
Not
what I mean. Yeah. So, so we get that introduction. We understand immediately that there's a connection between Decker and her, which will play into the story later. And then we get our another cast member rejoining, which is Bones. And Bones' introduction is great too, because immediately he's the same as Scotty, more or less, where he's like, wait a second, this is your bullshit, isn't it? So I'm going to play this right after he materializes. And his realization that Starfleet didn't drag him back, Kirk did.
Well, for a man who swore he'd never return to Starfleet.
Just a moment, Captain, sir. I'll explain what happened.
Your revered Admiral Nagura invoked a little-known, seldom-used reserve activation clause. In simpler language, Captain,
They drafted me.
They didn't.
this was your idea. This was your idea, wasn't it?
Bones is a thing out there.
Why is any object we don't understand always called a thing?
Headed this way. I need you. Damn it, Bones. I need you. Badly.
All right, so a number of things in here. First off, his Bones looks like he just fell off of a commune where the Grateful Dead are playing 24/7, which
Yeah, he's
I
not living
adore.
right. He's not living right.
He's-
You
he's
could
got this
tell he was
big
on vacation.
medallion.
Yeah, he's like on a
Yes.
permanent vacation. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. So his whole look is completely different from everybody else. Does not look like he belongs on a military ship, or any type
Right.
of. It's not really military. It's exploration, but it's crafted after the military. Everybody else is clean shaven and nice and neat. He comes down with this big V-neck shirt, this big, medallion around his neck, big
Yeah.
beard. He's
Right.
hostile. He's pissed. And then
Yep.
as soon as he finds out, he realizes what's going on.
Mhm.
It seems like he's ready to walk until Kirk says, "I need you," which I don't know whether I believe that Kirk meant it that way or he knew that's what he had to say to get Bones to stay. But it's I love that whole scene because it really does. And the thing where he says, "Why is everything we don't know a thing?" Like, Bones is awesome. He always was awesome. He probably would be the reason I'd watch the old episodes, is just for him. And this is a perfect reintroduction of that character. It is great top to bottom. There's nothing I'd change about it.
And it takes a while. He's we're maybe about 20 to 30 minutes into the movie at this point before he shows up, and I forget, like, oh, he's such an essential counterpoint to Kirk, who does what he wants. He's like, I did it because I wanted to. And Bones is like, what are you doing now? He's like, wait, you can't just go around doing what you want to do. Like, mistakes happen, people's lives are threatened. And so he's always a great balance for Kirk. And you're right. I'm not sure Kirk believed that he really needed him, but he knew that's what he needed to say. And so once again, you're like kind of looking at Kirk and being like, is this guy manipulating? So like he's just manipulating him. But for a moment, Bones realizes his friend needs him, and he softens, and they have like a hand embrace. And then he just goes back to being a grumpy curmudgeon. He's like, they probably moved everything around, and everything's. So I think it's funny. So like for a moment, he like wasn't grumpy and curmudgeon for a moment because his friend said he needed him. And it's interesting, that scene, that "I need you." This is not the last time he tries that line. It works on Bones, but in a little bit, as we'll mention, it doesn't quite work the way it did the first time.
No, we will hear basically the same line again. I have a clip, I think, that has where he's talking to Spock and he says the same thing. So from here, we get another example of Kirk pushing the Enterprise too far and almost getting the entire ship blown up, where they're going into warp when the engine really apparently isn't ready to do it. But he says, well, we have to cut as many minutes off of when the entity gets to Earth as possible. So he says, just do it. And then we get what is probably the weakest special effect bit of the whole movie.
I don't know. I didn't think it was horrible. I didn't think I liked it. There was kind of a visual effect, a blurring, and then there was the weird kind of audio thing. It wasn't the worst effect I saw in the movie.
No, I agree. It's not the worst effect in the movie, but this is a scene where I feel like you could have cut this in half. This could have been half as long, and it would have still been effective. So what happens is when they go into warp, which I don't know if this has ever happened in Trek since this, but apparently if you go into warp and the engine isn't ready, you get thrown into a wormhole. Very different from wormholes that we'll see later in Trek, but that's fine. This is what it is. And there's an asteroid that is very slowly, but apparently also very quickly coming towards them. And Kirk's instinctive reaction is fire the phasers. And as soon as he says that, Decker runs up and says, no, fire a photon torpedo, which pisses Kirk off because he sees it as Decker undermining his authority in front of the crew. But the photon torpedo goes off, the asteroid explodes, they manage to come out of warp because what they were doing was they were trying to drop out of warp before the asteroid hit them, and the amount of time it would have taken them would have, if Decker had not correctly acted, they would have gotten hit by the asteroid. So they drop out, and Kirk immediately is pissed off and says, and this is a really interesting scene too, he says, Decker, I want to see you in my ready room. And Bones immediately says, I'm going to come along if you don't mind. Because Bones immediately understands what's going on and wants to be in the room when he talks to Decker. And so this next clip is, there's basically there's a scene in between, but this feels like this should have been one long clip. So I basically just cut out the in-between scene, and we're going to get the entire set of dialogue between Decker and Kirk, and then Decker and Bones in the ready room. So I'm going to play that right now.
All right, explanation.
Why was my phaser order countermanded?
Sir, the Enterprise redesign increases phaser power by channeling it through the main engines. When they went into antimatter imbalance, the phasers were automatically cut off.
And you acted properly, of course.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you.
You saved the ship.
I'm aware of that, sir.
Stop competing with me, Decker.
Permission to speak freely, sir?
Granted.
Sir, you haven't logged a single star hour in 2.5 years. That plus your unfamiliarity with the ship's redesign, in my opinion, sir, seriously jeopardizes this mission.
I trust you will nursemaid me through these difficulties, mister?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
Then I won't keep you from your duties any longer, Commander. Yes, Doctor.
Aye, sir.
You may be right, Jim.
Make your point, Doctor.
The point, Captain, is that it's you who's competing. You ram getting this command on Starfleet's throat. You've used this emergency to get the Enterprise back.
And I intend to keep her? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's an obsession. An obsession that can blind you to far more immediate and critical responsibilities. Your reaction to Decker is an example, Jim.
Bridge to Captain.
Viewer on.
Signal from a Federation-registered long-range shuttle, sir. She wishes to come alongside and lock on.
For what purpose?
My security scan shows it has a grade 1 priority, Captain. Non-belligerency confirmed. I suspect it is a courier of some kind.
Very well, Mr. Chekhov. See to it. Viewer off. Your opinion has been noted. Anything further?
That depends on you.
As you said, this is Bones basically calling him on his bullshit, saying, no,
Right.
this is you. You are, even in that thing where he says, because Decker correctly says, you would have blown up the ship. And Kirk says, okay, well, then you saved the ship. Good work. And he says, and then he seems to soften for a second when he says, okay, you'll help me out with this, right? And Decker says yes. And then he immediately kind of goes back to asshole mode and says, all right, great, get out. And that's when Bones is like, okay, I don't know what you think is going on here, but it's not what you think. And that thing where he says it's an obsession and he says you're going to try to keep the ship. And he's, yes, you're going to try to keep the ship, which does end up happening. Not the way that Bones was talking about, but that's the ultimate end result. And it is another example of Kirk acting out in this way and not seeming to, or just intentionally pretending that he's not being a scumbag. And everybody else around him is looking at him going, why are you doing this? You know you're being a scumbag, right? And Kirk is just like, no, I'm in the right place and you'll just have to help me if I accidentally stumble. But even that, he can't manage a minute of humility for more than 5 seconds. So another great scene where Bones, as you said, is this necessary component to keep him in check.
So twice now, or almost 3 times, he almost killed the entire crew because he's really out of touch. He's really out of practice. He's out of touch. Forcing the transporters, forcing them to go into warp speed before the engines were ready, maybe firing phasers instead of photon torpedoes could have just it would have just destroyed the ship. So 3 times now, he's almost killed everybody. And in a way, you mentioned like maybe they were trying to, audience might think he was like a sub-villain or a co-villain. Well, at this point, he kind of is the villain right now. They're trying to go save the world, and now 3 times he's almost destroyed the ship. So I think this is just really great writing, and I think there is a nice arc as the story progresses where he's just kind of a belligerent asshole, kind of in a way, and he needs to pull that back, and he needs to become like right-sized, and I think it's great. Later on, one of my favorite films where they're all there's a great scene, I think it's in 4, where they're all rock climbing together, and they talk. That movie's a lot about the friendship of the 3 of them, Spock, Bones, and Kirk. And I think that's all setting up right here, is that you need somebody like Bones, and as we've heard here, you need somebody else like Spock there to kind of balance the huge personality that Kirk is. But at the same time, you need Kirk there because Kirk's going to make those decisions or is going to do the things that other people won't, which is sometimes exactly what needs to be done.
Yeah, and I wonder, obviously there were so many revisions of the script, there is no real original script to go by at this point, but I wonder if they realized that in the middle of the movie they needed something that was tense, and they rewrote him, because from the beginning where we see V'ger or the Cloud destroying things, there's a long stretch where nothing is really happening in terms of, it's not like V'ger is wiping out planets. Like in 4, they have this thing where you progressively see I don't even know what they called that thing. The aluminum foil roll is consistently doing things until it gets to Earth, and everything is ramping up. Whereas in this movie, you see this big opening where this huge thing is just annihilating Klingons, and then for a while, we see a Federation station gets absorbed or whatever, but really there is no, again, to go to 2, the movie that followed this, where you see clashes a couple of times between the ships. There is no equivalent of that for the middle of the movie. Instead, they're setting a lot of things up for this big grand ending. And so I wonder if at some point they said, well, this is kind of boring. Can we make it where Kirk and Decker are butting heads? We can't have a big space battle, but we can have character fighting, which was something that we know from Next Generation that Roddenberry did not like. He specifically did not want interpersonal conflict among the crew, which is why this seems strange to me, because that was one of his big things, is the crew is supposed to be a family, like they're supposed to be together, and the conflict should be external, not internal. Whereas in this, Kirk comes off like a monster for a lot of it, where, again, you're correct. His level of putting the crew in danger is the escalating thing. First, it was a couple of people in a transporter. Then it was up to, the whole ship's going to be incinerated. Great. So... Yeah.
But you're right,
this
though.
Interesting scene.
You're right, though. If it was a love fest, like if everybody was showing up and the band was getting back together and everyone was like tuning their instruments up and it was like they were doing cool stuff with the ship, there would have had to be like a Klingon detachment that was hot on their tail, or they thought the Federation was responsible for it. I think this is one of the other plots where there's like Klingon ships get destroyed in the neutral zone or something. So there's this like kind of huge, like, issue that's happening, like a Cuban Missile Crisis type, situation. But so because there wasn't like, Klingons on their hot on their trail, there had to be, some inner conflict. And I think it's really great that they're like, the guy who's the superhero, super captain actually is causing all these problems. And is he over the hill? Like, that's the other thing too. You're just like you said, is he going to die? Because is he actually over the hill? Is he holding the rest of the crew and the mission back?
I also think it does a really good job of spotlighting why each of these characters is important. So particularly Kirk, Bones, and Spock in this film. Yeah. But you really do see the three aspects of the personalities and how they do balance each other and why they are necessary for each other. Even if Kirk doesn't necessarily know he needs these other people or doesn't say it with sincerity, he actually does need them. And this is why, as we'll see. So as we heard, Spock is now comes out of the crew and is very cold, very distant. Everybody's happy to see him. He doesn't care about anybody. His only interest is in contacting this entity because he thinks that this being will have some kind of answer for him. So it's this idea that there was, even though the way they show him breaking Kolinar is because he heard the creature or whatever, there was actually something else. There was something missing, and he couldn't figure out what part of logic that he hadn't cracked yet to give him this answer he was missing. So that's why he's there. So he's all business. Comes on, he's still in his kind of Vulcan garb, comes in, he immediately goes to the computer. Everybody's like, yay, like Uhura and Chekhov are happy. And he just looks at them like they're fish that are flopping on the deck and just kind of leaves. And so then Kirk calls him into, I don't know, the equivalent of 10 forward for the original Enterprise. And Bones is there again. So it's Kirk and Bones. And basically he's trying to figure out what's going on, why Spock's there, why he left Vulcan and came back. And so this is a dialogue where, again, we're going to hear that phrase you were talking about, the I need you phrase. Although in this scene, Kirk seems more sincerely meaning it when he says it, because it does seem like his affection for Spock is different. And maybe it's because Spock looks back at him so coldly and just doesn't care that it makes him have a little bit of self-reflection to realize, oh, wait, there are people who don't know that I'm the Admiral and I know what I'm doing, because Spock doesn't care. And even in the scene, there's multiple points where he says, can you sit down? Which is almost comedic. I mean, it is kind of funny. But it's because Spock just doesn't care. And so it's a covert defiance of authority that I think actually sort of shakes Kirk a little bit, but I'll play it and you'll get Spock's explanation as to why he's there and the bit where Kirk is saying that he needs him.
Science Officer Spock. Reporting as ordered, Captain.
Please sit down.
Spock, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as warm and sociable as ever.
Nor have you, Doctor, as your continued predilection for irrelevancy demonstrates.
Gentlemen, at last report, you were on Vulcan. Apparently to stay.
Yes, you were undergoing the culinary discipline.
Sit down.
If you are referring to the Kolinar, Doctor, you are correct.
Well, however it's pronounced, Mr. Spock, it's the Vulcan ritual that's supposed to purge all remaining emotions.
The Kolinar is also a discipline you broke to join us. Will you please sit down?
On Vulcan, I began sensing a consciousness from a source more powerful than I have ever encountered. Thought patterns of exactingly perfect order. I believe they emanate from the intruder. I believe it may hold my answers.
Well, isn't it lucky for you that we just happen to be heading your way?
Bones. We need him. I need him.
Then my presence is to our mutual advantage.
Now, a lot of this, if the video gets blocked, you won't see the expressions, but there's a lot in actually the expressions and the way that Kirk is looking at him and reacting to him, because when he says when he says, will you please sit down, he just stares at him like, okay, explain. And Spock just doesn't want to say anything. He just, almost a reflection of Kirk's arrogance in that, well, you need a science officer and I'm here. I really don't need to tell you anything, do I? And he kind of makes him say it. And when he's talking about why he's there, there's a point where at the end where he says it's to our mutual benefit, Kirk looks like he just punched him in the balls. Like, I don't care. I wouldn't be here except that it works out for me too. And the way that he chides Bones when he basically says, oh, well, it's a good thing we were going your way. He's like, hey, lay off. And it's weird because that's the only person that seems to get Kirk's actual attention in a real way so far in the movie. Everybody else has just been a tool or somebody that is there to get him where he needs to go. So it's a great scene. Again, if you only hear the audio, I'm sorry. I wish you could see it. Hopefully you will be able to see it, because there's a lot when Shatner gets criticized for not being able to act and they make a joke of him. Bullshit. Yeah. He's great. Yeah. So this is one of those scenes where you see everybody kind of firing on all cylinders.
Because there's the line delivery, right? And sometimes people joke about that with Shatner, but specifically in this scene, the facial expressions, the unspoken, and there's a lot of that in this film, the unspoken facial sort of dialogue that's happening, where you're like, they look disappointed. And within this scene, Shatner goes from being like, hey, I'm going to charm you, I need you, just like I charmed Bones. And then when that doesn't work, he's like, sit down. And he like yells at him to sit down. But then you can tell he's like, no, I can't be like yelling at people. I need to like be smooth here or whatever. And you can see him almost like kind of going through his act, which is like, I need you. I'm your leader. I'm the great leader of this ship. And like, I'm gonna motivate you, or, and like, it's not working. And you can see him kind of get petulant a little bit. Like, he's like, kind of like, why isn't my vibe working? Why isn't my mojo working? And so it's just a really great scene. And you can see how like kind of all his bad traits, all his ego are really balanced by these two other men. And though they're, subordinates, they're part of his crew, they are his conscience. And I think, this whole Kolnari, this whole idea of like you could exist without any emotions and that would be to your advantage. I think that's played out throughout all these films, this idea of like, what is it to be human? And, how actually some of the less desirable parts about being human actually are your advantage. And that's what this whole scene was. And also I feel like, because Spock had been away so long, his inhumanity or his coldness was like jacked all the way up. So I think that was probably exciting for fans, because I think fans were like, I know what these characters are. And when they first show up on the screen, besides Bones, when they first show up on the screen, they're different. And so that's a conflict for an audience, especially an audience who had watched 3 seasons, of 24 episodes or more each season of these characters, and had a very clear idea, or thought they had a very clear idea of who these characters were and who they'd become.
Yeah, and the idea is at some point they actually have to reset Spock again, which we'll get to when we get to those movies, because right. I think they went, okay, we want to go back to, because he was on Vulcan, so he was around everybody who was basically on pure logic. And also what will come back up later, they don't really touch on it in this movie almost at all, if at all, is the idea that he's half human. And so in some ways he's compensating. So he kind of overdoes the logic thing because he is seen as lesser in Vulcan society because he's half human. It is basically like he's a lower class than everybody else. And so you have this understanding that, yeah, he's now spent all this time on Vulcan purging the part of himself he's ashamed of, which we'll get to when Cybok shows up. And, so he's gone overboard. And Bones constantly refers to Kirk as Jim, which Spock does not until a critical scene coming up in a little bit. But he only calls him Captain a few times, and it's normally when he's angry about something. Otherwise, it's Jim. Whereas Spock specifically doesn't call him Jim up until he goes catatonic or whatever. And so that's very deliberate. Again, there's all these little subtle things that indicate the fact that Spock just looks at them as bugs almost. And I think that's the thing where Kirk knows that he can't intimidate him. He's not going to react emotionally. So like with Decker, he demeans him as a way of kind of asserting dominance. With Bones, he plays up to his emotional kind of sympathy towards him, like, oh, I need you. You got to help me. Because Bones, as a doctor, is given to help. So he knows how to play everybody, but Spock can't be played because Spock is pure logic and he has a goal, and that's all he cares about. So it is a beautiful scene.
Just like the ship is not quite working yet, the crew is not quite, working together yet. So I think it's like that had to be really cool for an audience because they had all these expectations and they're just like, do the Star Trek thing. They're like poking it with a stick. They're like, do the crew thing. You guys all get along and it's this cool dynamic. And that wasn't happening. And I think that was probably really fun for an audience who had waited, like you said, 10 years to see these characters on the big screen.
Well, it also makes you wonder, okay, are they going to be able to function when they encounter whatever this thing is? And we're at about the midpoint of the movie when this scene happens, more or less. And this is where they finally reach what we'll come to know as V'ger from the very outside, because they do a very good job of showing you how immense V'ger is in terms of how just large the cloud is, because there is a good 10 to 15 minutes of them just getting close to the center, not even inside, just getting close, where, V'ger shoots one of those energy balls at them. They can take the shot, and then they realize, like, I think Decker's like, well, we have to be, or no, I think Kirk's like, we can't do anything that might be seen as being a defensive or an offensive measure. So no shields, no nothing. And V'ger understands it, that they're not being aggressive in some way. And so then sends this pulse probe thing, that's this white bolt of lightning or whatever, that ends up going through the hole. Like, it's starting to read the computer, and Spock bashes the computer and smashes it. And then it takes Aaliyah and dematerializes her. And then she shows back up as this data kind of thing. She's a synthetic that is really she is kind of a proto-data, where she is an automaton that does have an infusion of Ilya's memories. So there's some part of Ilya in there, which is when they start to think, okay, well, then maybe what we can do is use Decker's past with her to try to manipulate. There's a lot of manipulation in this whole movie, really, when you think about it. There's a lot of gaslighting and manipulation throughout this movie. But they're like, okay, because they have her in the sick bay and they're trying to talk outside so she can't hear him, and then she just plows through the door, which is almost comedic, but it does tell you how powerful she is. She just goes right through the door because they're like, okay, we're secure now. She's stuck in there. She's like, bonk, right through the door.
Yep.
And so they start to bring Decker around and have her showing her around, and she does start to react. But she keeps talking about carbon units and, I need to talk to the creator, all this kind of cryptic stuff about the fact that there is what you think is there's some being that V'ger is trying to get to. And we know that it's going towards Earth. So I think that their idea is, well, there must be a person. There must be somebody on Earth that did this. Somebody created this thing and they must live on Earth, which is not exactly correct. And so then we get to a point where Spock is like, I just got to find out what's going on here, man. I'm sick of just waiting around on the ship. So I'm going to go and I'm going to mind meld with this being. So he manages to time it right, because there's this kind of aperture that's opening and closing. He manages to fire through it. By the way, this is after a long set of almost hallucinogenic kind of glamour shots of V'ger. It's beautiful. It's all this weird architecture and colored lighting. It's like, it does feel a lot like 2001. Absolutely. When they're going inside it, that they were clearly influenced by it. And I love all that stuff. I love seeing all the model work and all the miniatures. Like, I don't mind any of that. That kind of excess and exuberance is my kind of thing when it comes to science fiction. It really does convey how immense this being is and how much of a threat it would be to Earth if it got there.
And it's a parallel to the 5-minute, glamour shot of the Enterprise. We got to look at that, and it was beautiful and beautiful music, and it's this heroic ship that's going to discover the universe. And then we went into this ship that was, I don't know, the music was disturbing. There was all this rattling, and the ship looked dark, and it looked like, I don't know, it looked like it could have been out of a Hellraiser movie. Like, you know what I mean? It was a very dark kind of machine alien. It felt very alien, but there was this like mech side to it as well. So really great contrast to our sort of Enterprise glamour shot from earlier in the movie to now here's this dark star.
Well, you mentioned Event Horizon. There's like some of that too,
Yeah,
where it feels like this is the kind of an Event Horizon type of ship where it is both wondrous and menacing without being overtly so. So there's nothing that actually, there's no fire, breathing out or anything. There's no like laser blast or anything, but there is this idea, and it is done with the music and just kind of the slow, and you see the Enterprise in really small scale compared to what it is flying through, and you start to realize, and this is also kind of again, it feels like this is something that Kirk is internalizing, where I've got the biggest, baddest ship in the world. I'm going to go, I can fight anything and conquer anything. And now the Enterprise is essentially a pebble inside of this immense plane that is just sucking it in. And they are powerless. They can't get any readings. They don't know anything. And Aaliyah, as the V'ger whatever, isn't really telling them anything. She's basically just looking around and says, I've been sent here to survey you because it's easier than using the pulse or whatever. And so, like I said, the Decker thing kind of works. They get a sense that, yes, there's something in there that they can probably tap into. But as I said, Spock gets impatient and blasts off and mind melds with this entity, which there was no other way to do it but having him just hold his hand up to this pulsating light. And then you see him basically get psychically blunderbust with all these images, kind of like when Mila Jovovich sees all the images in Fifth Element and she's going through all the history of mankind.
Right.
And he gets overwhelmed and he kind of floats back, and Kirk's out there. Again, Kirk himself goes out to get Spock and bring him back in because he's concerned about him. The only real reactions he's had so far in terms of another person is he's worried about Spock. And Spock's laying there and he seems to be catatonic, and then he wakes up and he starts to talk to Kirk. And again, without the visuals, you lose something in this, but this is where he's basically explaining what he saw when he mind melded with V'ger.
Spock. Jim. I should have known.
Were you right? About V'ger?
A life form of its own. A conscious, living entity.
A living machine?
He considers the Enterprise a living machine. That's why the probe refers to our ship as an entity.
I saw V'ger's planet. A planet populated by living machines. Unbelievable technology. V'ger has knowledge that spans this universe. And yet, with all its pure logic, V'ger is barren. Mystery. No beauty. I should have
known. No, not Spock. What should you have known? What should you have known?
Feeling is beyond V'ger's comprehension. No meaning, no hope. Jim, no answers. It's asking questions. Is this all that I am? Is there nothing more?
And this is where the movie for me shifts a lot, because then it becomes much more about Spock, because now he's calling him Jim. He's emoting far more. He holds his hand when he says V'ger doesn't even understand what this is. And up until this point, it felt like a movie about Kirk. And at this point, it feels like it moves massively towards Spock having this realization that, okay, logic is not the beginning and the end. Like, a lot of the stuff he's saying is things that he's obviously asking himself. Is this why Kolinahr didn't work for me? Because there was a limit to this. And now I've met another being that I can clearly see does have a limitation. Do I want to be that? And is realizing no, because I think that's why he starts calling him Jim, is because he has hit this realization in this traumatic moment that, no, I don't want to be that. I need to be something different. I need to reincorporate, or at least embrace, the human side of me, because the fusion is the place that I want to be. And we'll see that as the movies go on until, of course, the reset. But that is where I feel like this movie really kind of grows beyond Kirk's arrogance and his reaction to it. And I think it's a great scene because, like I said, it really redefines Spock compared to everything we've seen, and I think changes the tone of the movie entirely.
And I think all the characters, like even Decker and Kirk, you know, a little bit earlier before this, they kind of come to an agreement that like Decker's not questioning his authority. He needs to be questioning his commands because that's what makes sure the right commands are made, right? And like Spock is like, I want to be completely unhuman, and that doesn't work because without, you know, Spock has that realization, and Kirk's like, I'm going to do this all on my own. I can just like take the ship back whenever I want. But if I do that and I don't listen to people, then I almost killed my crew 3 or 4 times. So it's like all the characters are having these sort of, that's the enemy really, right? It's not this like thing that's going to destroy Earth. I mean, that would be unfortunate, but while the other evil or the other, you know, bad guy in this movie, it's not Khan. You know, it's not Khan. It's not, you know, another great, you know, either British actor that we'll see later, you know, all the other, you know, it's not them. It's their own hubris. It's their own missight, and they need each other.
So at this point now, V'ger has reached Earth and has launched all these doomsday satellites. And Kirk makes a determination that, okay, and this is where he and Decker kind of go back and forth, and they have that scene where Decker's like, hey, my job is to tell you about alternatives. And Kirk says, you're right. That's exactly what your role is. And so, but they determine they're going to go inside V'ger and meet up directly. And basically, Kirk more or less tricks V'ger into allowing them to go into the very internal structure by basically saying, all right, blow us up. There's no answers. I have them. You kill us, they're gone. And V'ger panics and says, no, okay, you can come in. And so they get to the point and they're being drawn in. And there's the scene where, and I don't think this was in the theatrical cut. I believe this was restored in the director's cut, where Kirk is trying to talk to Spock and Spock's not responding. And he kind of gets up and goes over to him. And Spock turns around and he's crying. And Kirk is like, okay, what's going on? And quickly realizes that Spock isn't afraid for them. And this is just a bit of dialogue where Spock is explaining why he's crying and makes a reference to how he would cry for a brother, which we'll find out he's got half of one later.
Not for us.
No, Captain, not for us. For V'ger. I weep for V'ger as I would for a brother. As I was when I came aboard. So is V'ger now. Empty, incomplete, and searching. Logic and knowledge are not enough.
Spock, are you saying that you found what you needed, but V'ger hasn't?
What would V'ger need to fulfill itself?
Each of us, at some time in our lives, turns to someone. A father, a brother, a god, and asks, why am I here? What was I meant to be? V'ger hopes to touch its creator, to find its answers.
Is this all that I am? Is there nothing more?
And again, this feels like Spock's movie now, because again, Spock gives this really beautiful little speech about the fact that, well, I know I can grow past this, but V'ger can't. Which again, just feels like we've now moved to a different movie because now it's all about Spock, which I think is great. It does it really, really quickly, but without it feeling like it's jarring. It makes sense that this is where we've moved to now because Kirk is now kind of secondary to this larger thing that Spock has a direct personal connection to, which is this idea of I've hit some kind of wall and I don't know why I can't progress past it. So I really like the fact that at this point now we're really just more of Spock's movie. It will come back to everybody at the end, but I think that this transition is just great.
And it's interesting, this scene doesn't exist in the final like director's edition that I think is the most recent version. And I think is the final version because it has all the enhanced effects and all that in it. And in that version, they do not have the crying scene. And I wondered about that because I was like, well, why did they get rid of it? For me, that does feel like it's a little bit spelling it out, where I think this movie does a great job of like, you see them squirming, you see in their face, that they're realizing these things. And that felt a little bit like I need to tell the audience what's going on. So though it's like a really great idea, and it actually really helps kind of explain what sort of is about to happen at the end of the film with Decker, it does feel a little bit like, let's just remind the audience what has just happened for the last 2 hours. Like let's sum it all up here. And it feels like it's part of Spock's arc, but it's a little too far. Like, are you really going to go from being like, so within the course of less than a day, you're going to go from being emotionless and pure logic to crying, and having compassion for your enemy or whatever, right? So I don't know. It felt like a bridge too far for me, and I like that it's not in the final edition, or in the sort of director's edition. That is, I think, probably the definitive version, at least for now, right? But yeah, I feel like it's a little much, but yeah, it just kind of sums up. It also shows too that at least Spock has the personal awareness to know his shortcomings and that he's trying to work on it. Where like I don't think, I think Bones is too much of a curmudgeon to see what his problems are, and then Kirk is Kirk. Part of his strength is not looking too deeply inside, right?
It's definitely like a coin flip, because the middle of it is too explainy. You don't need him to say, oh, you found what you needed. Yes, I did. Like, I don't need that. But I do like the beginning where you see the shock in the fact that Spock is crying. And that feels like it. I okay with that, because now that Spock has basically stopped being super logic man, there is kind of the overcorrection the other way. It feels like once you let emotion in, there is that kind of risk of, well, you're not used to it, so it will overwhelm you. And then the end of that is worth it for me, where he says logic is not enough. You need more. Like, I like the ends of each end of it is great.
He already said that though, like earlier when he was
he
saying
did,
there's no beauty, and he's like he's in the hospital bed. Like, he already said that without saying it. And then we get the horrible line where Kirk is like, oh, let me pontificate on the, the higher, he's like, what does he say? He says something like, if there's, he says it again later, like, to touch God or something. Yeah. Like, so I'm just kind of like,
God or what, touch the creator. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, by the way, like, 50-50 toss of a coin, right? Like, what's good and what's bad. But
if this is our worst complaint, we're doing very well. Which is great. Yeah.
Because every other scene, and I think most scenes, everything is really nailed. And like we said, all the nonverbal acting that's been happening in this movie has actually, if you're watching people's faces, if you're watching the characters, which they do a lot of times, close up on people to see people's reactions, it's telling you that people, you already know Spock is having doubts about being logical. If you've been watching his face throughout the whole movie, he has some second thoughts about a life that is pure logic.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's a lot of nonverbal stuff, which is what I think, because there are long segments of the movie where there is no dialogue. It is largely just reactions and seeing different things. And there really is not, for how long the movie is, I would actually be curious how little dialogue there is, because it feels like there's a lot in the beginning, and then there's a couple of sprinkled out scenes here and there. And then there's long stretches where there's just nothing, which is fine. It works very well. Again, this feels a lot like what people now complain Trek isn't anymore, which is intellectual. So it's interesting that the movie came out and got a lot of mixed reviews where people thought it was too slow, because now this is what a lot of people say, oh, they've gotten away from what Trek is because it used to be slow and deliberate. It's like, well, when it was, people were complaining. So, there's no winning with you people. So there is that.
I think there is no winning. I think that's the.
It is the true Kobayashi Maru was the fandom that we found
there
along the way. Yeah. So they eventually get inside and they exit the ship and they go into the center of V'ger, and they realize that V'ger is in fact the Voyager 6 probe, which I don't think there was a Voyager 6. I think it ended with 5, so they made up 6 for the movie. But this was a long series. Voyager 1, I think, or 2 is still out there. They thought that it was going to get lost, but it's still working on tape drives, amazingly. So this was a Voyager probe whose mandate was go out and learn all there is to learn, and then come on back and tell us what you found. And the thing is, and I'll play the clip because basically Decker explains what, the theory on it. But this is, in its heart, when they finally see it, it is simply a Voyager satellite. That's all it is, in the center of this huge, immense thing. And there's all this sound that's going on, which I think was some kind of, I'm trying to remember, they described what made this noise. It was like an artillery shell being dropped on a plate of steel inside of something or whatever. And you'll hear a little bit of it in this clip. And it's great because it's very alien sounding and very kind of like low and rumbly. And it sounds like a computer, but it also sounds like an alien. It's beautiful sound design.
Mechanized, still very mechanized, robotic, but not, but also unhuman. Yeah.
Right. So let me play this and you'll hear some of that at the end. And also when Decker kind of puts together what's going on.
Captain, Voyager 6 disappeared into what they used to call a black hole.
It must have emerged on the far side of the galaxy and fell into the machine planet's gravitational field.
The machine inhabitants found it to be one of their own kind. Primitive, yet kindred. They discovered a simple 20th century programming. Collect all data possible.
Learn all that is learnable. Return that information to its creator.
Precisely, Mr. Decker. The machines interpreted it literally. They built this entire vessel so that Voyager could actually fulfill its programming.
And on its journey back, it amassed so much knowledge. It achieved consciousness itself. It became a living thing.
Kirk unit. Beecher awaits the information.
Enterprise. Order up the ship's computer library records on the late 20th century NASA probe Voyager 6. Specifically, we want the old NASA code signal that instructs the probes to transmit its data. And fast, Uhura, fast.
Aye, sir.
That's what it's been signaling. Its readiness to transmit its information.
And there's no one on Earth who could recognize the old signal and send a response.
The Creator does not answer.
Again, Star Trek 4 is going to come back to this territory. So if this sounds familiar, but you thought it had to do with whales, well, you're partially right. So, but I like this whole sequence, even though there's a lot of kind of explaining it to the audience. I feel like it's handled fairly well without it being too over the top. And you kind of have to. I mean, there's a lot they're packing into it. But I also like the fact that we never see the machine city or the planet. We don't get we don't see flashbacks. We don't see, these weird figures doing anything. There's just a lot of, well, we're figuring out that this is what must have happened. And it just became a living intelligence. And I like the little thing about, well, they interpreted the programming literally. So they basically went, okay, here's a ship to send you back. And because there's all these neat little elements of modern science fiction films that they're playing with here, but they go right by them. I mean, they just kind of fire them out and get back to, well, it's about V'ger in the end. But I do like the whole reveal of V'ger. It's a very simple thing for what is this large concept. And again, feels like what a Star Trek episode would have been. This feels like a very blown up, without being overblown, Star Trek episode where they would have found something very simple is at the heart of this mystery. I think it's great. I love the whole V'ger reveal. I thought it was neat when I first saw it. I still think it's great.
Also, the storytelling is you're actually fighting yourself, right? So just like Kirk is fighting his own hubris, just like Spock is dealing with how logical he should be, right? They're fighting themselves. Basically, they, being humans, put the spaceship out in space. So their decisions came back to them. So like I feel like there's like, this writing, man. So like I think that's it's just like, this is great writing. It's like there's these internal struggles within the crew and the characters within themselves, when really they're just fighting a version of their selves. So, we as humans put out this probe Voyager into space, And in it came back to us with some help from some robot aliens, but still we made it. We started the problem, and here it now is back about to destroy Earth. So I think there's a lot of allusions to what the characters are going through.
Well, it also is something like the paperclip problem that you hear as a modern kind of example of, well, if you don't program things specifically, then, or you do it too broadly, then it's going to go all the way with what that is. And that's what this is okay, this was the mandate. We didn't really think about, well, what does that mean if you take it literally? And when it comes back, it is trying to fulfill what it was told to do. And so I do like the fact that, yeah, this is sort of a persistent
timeless
idea.
It's timeless with the
exactly.
AI. We talk about with AI today, and we won't go there, but this whole idea of like, how are you programming it? You even, had a wonderful five episode about, the bias that AI might have, or just AI being straight up racist. And it's not the code, it's the coder, right? It's the human, it's the person. So yeah, I just want, anytime you're watching a movie that's like 40 or 50 years old, and it's bringing up these science fiction topics, or it's not science fiction anymore, but bringing up these topics that are relevant today, I think it's a sign of a good script. It's a good movie, and it's timeless.
Yeah, exactly right. When it doesn't feel dated, it's good writing. That tells you that it's good writing. If you're like, oh yeah, this with slight modification or barely any at all would apply right now. So they try to get this transmit code sent back to V'ger, and V'ger fries its receiver cable on its own, and then suddenly says, no, I need somebody to actually do this in person. And what they figure out is, oh, it wants to meld or merge with a living being. At which point Decker's like, well, I already kind of merged with her, if you know what I mean, back in the day.
Hey-o.
So, whatever. I mean, and he kind of out of nowhere is like, I want this. And
there was a weird vibe there towards the end where like they're trying to figure it all out and they're trying to get the codes, and he keeps looking at her and she keeps looking at her, and he's like, is this happening? Are we doing this? We're doing this. And I was just like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's almost like, oh, you had a machine fetish and you've managed to,
right.
managed
like,
to get
this
your
is
peanut
happening.
butter and
We're
jelly
doing
in the
this.
sandwich. Yeah, this is it. Yes, so he is immediately very forceful, like, I'll do it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'll do it. Don't worry. We don't have to think of something else. Let's just meld. And so they merge into this being of whatever, and they leave. The rest of the crew leaves. They go back to the ship, and at first Kirk says, okay, well, we'll list them as they died on the mission. He's like, no, actually, why don't we just say that they're missing persons, which is alluding to the fact that they've probably become some new life form. And then the end of the movie is basically, I think it's Chekhov, I think it's Sulu's like, all right, well, where are we going? And he's like, I don't know, out there, which I think is a great kind of ending line for a movie like this, where he's like, it's the same as Second Star to the Right and On Till Morning, which we'll get to in 6, but it's a version of that where it's just like, okay, on to the next thing. And then the movie ends. And it's a great movie. I mean, people have called this a weak film for a long time, and I have never thought this movie was one of the weaker ones. I've always thought it was one of the better ones. And every time I watch it, I'm just reminded why. I think this is exactly what Star Trek is when it's going intellectual. You can have the action adventure part, which we'll get to in the next movie, but this is kind of the intellectual side. It's a very simple idea that is then applied to all the characters. V'ger's concept is very basic and straightforward. It's a living machine. That's it. There's nothing else to it. What it does is it informs all the characters and everybody who encounters it, and that's what makes a really smart Star Trek episode. So I think this movie is fantastic, beginning to end. I love it.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't mention way earlier when we were talking about this film, I didn't see this film originally. This was not the first film I saw. I think I probably saw Wrath of Khan first, and then maybe some of the others, and it probably wasn't until maybe 10 or 15 years ago that I actually saw the original Star Trek. So this is a movie where maybe I had seen all the others before even seeing the first. And, part of it was I had heard a lot of commentary about, that one, it's over large. It's a weird movie. It doesn't fit all the other movies because it is very different than all the other movies. But I think it's great. Wrath of Khan, a lot of people say with all the stuff with the earworms and all that, like it was too much. It was too, it wasn't intellectual enough. So Yeah, like the Kobayashi Maru we mentioned before, right? Like maybe there's not a way to please all the fans all the time. But I think this is a beautiful movie. Regardless if it's a Star Trek movie, I think it's beautifully shot. I think it's really well acted. And some of the scenes, there are some really wonderful, like you mentioned, even the Enterprise scenes where they're using the modeling, um, and then even the shots of the other kind of, alien spacecraft. That's just beautiful cinematography. So it's a very beautiful film, and like you said, it's a very simple plot, uh, and but it relates to all the characters, and it's a shame that there hasn't been a movie that tried to do this halfway, at since. I feel like all the movies after this have been very plot driven in the series, but I really like how they are like, let's take a simple idea, and I like this idea of that all the characters that you knew maybe from the series or what you thought about them, it takes them pretty much the movie to get back there. And so then now great. Now when we start the next film, or if there is another film, they're right where we can start right up where they were.
Yeah, I think what they did was this movie came out, and I don't think it didn't bomb, but it didn't do probably as well as they wanted it to. And then when they did Wrath of Khan, which was done by a director who admitted that they knew nothing about Star Trek, and so they were just making what they thought would be an adventure film, and that movie was the big success, and I think is still probably the most successful of all of them, or is viewed as at least in the top three, if not the number one. And I think that's the lesson they took from it, was people want that. Even though Star Trek 3 is not generally all that well regarded, so they kind of went a slightly different direction with that one. They went a little bit back into the Cronenberg with some of the Spock stuff.
When we get to 3, that's going to be. I'll hold all my criticism for any Star Trek film. I'll hold it all for the special entry that is number 3. I will hold it for that. Otherwise, this film, any other shortcomings for it, I'm going to save that all for the third entry for sure.
Yeah, one of the things that I realize, one of the reasons I like 6 so much is 6 feels the closest to this one. That one feels the most where it's like delving into the characters. It's specifically Kirk in that case, for the most part, but it's also Kirk and Spock.
Yeah.
His prejudice, but also the idea that kind of the inverse of this, where he's realizing, or Spock is pointing out to him, that there is a certain point where you can't do this anymore. I mean, that movie, not to jump too far ahead, but that movie starts off with Kirk at one point saying to Spock, "Don't you realize we're retiring in 6 months? What are we doing here?" And whereas in this film, it's like, no, I never want to do anything but this. And then Generations kind of dives back into that as well. But you're right. This is the most classic Star Trek of any of the films, meaning of the old episodes I've seen, this feels the closest to those. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I think actually the variety of the films is a plus, but it is interesting that they never tried to do another one like this until really they got to 6. And even 6 still has the elements of Wrath of Khan there. There are still things blowing up and space battles and people shooting at each other. So you can see that they never really shook the fear of going back to this after 2. 2 kind of made it where it has to be this way. This is the way to make it. And in fact, that's the same director. The one who did 6 is the one who did 2. So they even brought the same guy back who did their most successful one to finish off the series. But no, I love this movie. I think that its slowness is its power.
Yeah, and you could just look at it as this is what it became. What it becomes after this, because this movie was, different than the series, then the rest of the episodes are a little bit different than this first one. And so I'm fine with something becoming something else, as long as it's still good. I feel like with the Alien franchise, every Alien movie is something else. It was something different, right? Each one was. And, we can argue about that another time, but they're all different in different ways, and some we really enjoy. I think you and I both agree that we love the third one. We love this idea of the third Alien film, even though that one is one that is really, is highly panned for being, a pretty sub entry. So things can be different, but they still have to be good.
Yes, I mean, you still have to, Star Trek 3, you still have to maintain a level of quality, even if you're going to change things around. So yes,
yeah.
But no, like I said, I think that in many ways, this movie really feels like this and 2 are the two sides of Trek, both of which I enjoy. And there's the action side, which we're going to get to, but this is really more of the, okay, let's just explore a simple idea as a way to get you to basically reintroduce these characters. Because that's the other thing is now, again, with so much of this in the past, you have to remember that at that time, 10 years means there was a whole bunch of people who had never probably watched those original episodes. So they had to really try to meld the two audiences together, where you have the classic fans who they knew were going to show up. I mean, this is still a problem with, if you kind of look at the superhero movies and where they've kind of gone awry, is because they're trying to cater to two audiences. And if you go too far one way or another, you start to lose people. And this movie, I think, was a really stellar example, whether well received or not at the time. I think people have looked on it over the years and understood that it was the best way to do something like this, where here's what made this good back when it was on, and we're also going to try to modernize it. And plus, as you said, it is a beautiful movie. The sound is great. The score is great. It looks fantastic. Like, nothing about it looks... Because we've talked about other movies where the effects don't age that well and some of the stuff feels of its time. Not this. This feels like it could have been made yesterday, outside of the fact that that these actors some of them are no longer here and they're not this young.
Or if they are alive, they're not that thin. They're not that thin anymore. Yeah.
No,
I was amazed at all these characters. Not. Yeah, I was like, wow, they were really in shape at one point.
Yes. As the case is with most of us, when we're younger, a lot of us look a lot better than we do now. That's just how the universe works.
It works.
But no, yeah. I love this movie, and I would tell people, because I was the same as you. I didn't watch this for years because I'd always heard it was the weak one. It was like, it's boring, it's slow. Wrath of Khan is great. That's the one you want to watch. Yeah. But then watching it now, and maybe if I'd watched it when I was younger, I wouldn't have liked it. There is also that aspect that when you get older, your perspective changes.
I wouldn't appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. So I would say if you've never watched it and you like some of the other ones, or you're interested, you should watch it, and watch whatever they're calling the most current one, because that one really does... It flows really well. They really did a great job modernizing the effects without Star Warsing it, where it suddenly sticks out that Jabba's now a CGI gelatinous blob.
No, yeah.
They held back and understood what worked and just prettied up the rest of it. So it's actually, that's what I mean about it. It looks like it could have been filmed recently, because they really did a good job of just fine tuning, not changing, not altering, not restructuring or redoing. They just fine tuned everything and made it all look pretty. So yeah, you can watch this in 4K and it looks stellar. I mean, it looks just great. So,
and there's a 5.1 in that 4K version. It's also in 5.1, so you've got sound effects behind you. The score is surrounding you. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, and that's what I mean about this. Is a really good example of how the visuals and the sound are perfectly complemented. So it all just works so well. Not only in the Goldsmith score, which there's a reason Jerry Goldsmith is who he is, but also in the sound design in terms of where they use certain sound effects and how they do certain things. It all just works really well. So I think that's probably... Do you have any other thoughts on the movie before we close out?
No, I'm excited to, it's like A versus B, right? So I'm excited to really delve into Khan and just it's such a different film. And I'm also interested, I haven't watched it yet, so I've seen it many times, but I haven't watched it in the last year or so. So I'm really excited to rewatch it, and just so freshly seeing one and how beautiful a movie it was. If I'm remembering correctly, there's not so many long drawn out scenes. There isn't, of really beautiful shots. So I'm wondering how this is going to compare. So I'm excited to talk about that.
Yeah, it's probably been about 4 years since I've seen it. And what I remember is it's a lot about the personalities. Like, it's very much like it's Khan and Kirk and their dynamic. And I'm like,
Shakespeare. And it's Shakespeare. It's a Shakespearean kind of clash of two,
Yes. But also what it demonstrates is that you can do a very different sequel and it can still work. Because a lot of times now they're afraid to change the formula. Like, the sequels are just weaker versions of the first one. That is absolutely not the case with Khan. Khan is not the first movie with a slight tweaking. It's a completely different animal, which is great. So, yeah, we will get into that. I don't know. I'm not even going to say next week. We're going to get into that after the intermission. So we'll get into it after the intermission. But before we exit, I will remind you that you can find Doug's work at DougMealmeyer.com, Music for Billionaires, and his podcast, The Process, which has just wrapped up depending on when this comes out, you might be into the next season, because this is probably going to be in 2025. It's going to take a while to edit some of these, I think. So regardless, if you haven't heard the past ones, go listen to them because they're great. So is there anything I missed?
No, I think that's everything. Okay. We do have to tell,
well,
if
Doug,
you are going to 9-hour this, right, that you should be taking a bio break here, right, at these intermissions.
Intermissions
right?
are a good time to take a good 20 to 30-minute break. It's kind of like when they tell you don't look at a computer screen for too long, look at something in the distance for a little bit. Do that. You really don't want to be listening to us for what I think. I mean, this one's healthy. 2 hours. If every movie's 2 hours, it's 14 hours. Take a break. Please take a break. All right. Well, Doug, this is a blast. As always, I can't wait to get into Com, which we'll be doing next. And yeah, so have an intermission, everybody. We'll be right back.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. We promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go!
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed that intermission, whatever it was. I picked them at random, so whatever it was, that's what it was, and I hope it was wonderful for you. So we are back to talk about the follow-up to Star Trek The Motion Picture, which is titled, unsurprisingly, Star Trek II, subtitle, The Wrath of Khan. Joining me to go through a wildly different movie in almost every possible way is Dr. Doug Bielmeyer, teaching professor at Northeastern University, whose latest album, Music for Billionaires, can be purchased wherever you get something when you search for Music for Billionaires and buy. Search for those 3 words. It's good for you. Go buy it. Doug, welcome back. It's been not too long for us and even less for the audience. So this is a very different film we're about to talk about. Basically a 180, right? And this, I think you said last time, this is the movie you remember seeing first of the Trek series, correct?
I think, because this was, is it 84 or is it 82? It's a little earlier on in the 80s. And I think it's 1982. So, there we go. We've got the
82. Yep.
Yeah, 82. And I think the reason I'm most familiar with this one, because I remember every time there was like a holiday, we would go over to, an aunt or an uncle's house, and these movies would be playing on the like movie of a week or, like holiday. So instead of playing like sports and all that, like having all these like sports games on the holidays or like Thanksgiving, they would just play reruns of these movies. So like Conan the Barbarian would be on there. This movie, other Star Wars would be on there. And it, of course, would be like the weird, like Conan the Barbarian, it was like the TV edit, where there was like no gore or anything. So I just remember that's why I said like listening or watching these movies around getting closer to the holidays now, it just feels right because these are normally the movies I would watch, when the kind of family was all together and we'd just be glued to, a TV, all the kids would kind of gather around and watch TV instead of talking to each other. We would just watch these movies. So yeah, this was the first one. And I remember even too, they thought it was a little bit with all the worms and the ears and stuff. They thought it might be a little too intense for kids, but like I said, I was able to watch all the Star Trek films because it wasn't Terminator, right? It wasn't an R rating. And, so I was able to watch all these movies and, it's so wrapped up in all those holiday memories and all those kind of vacation memories, that it's not just the movie itself anymore. Like when I'm watching it, I can remember like food I was eating, while watching the movie sometimes. So
it is interesting that the first movie and this one have a very horror-based element, which in the first movie is the transporter accident. In this movie is the ears, the worms going in the ears, that people really get hung up on. I think because in both cases, you don't really expect that from this movie. And I think it is interesting because I don't know that any of the other movies ever had anything like that again that was to this level. I can't think of anything that comes close to, again, a horrible Cronenberg fly transporter accident and a graphic scene of two men screaming as little worms burrow in and go around their spinal columns or whatever he says, or their brain stems. So yeah, these two movies are interesting in that they're so different, yet they both have that really kind of almost out of place horror element that is put there for a really specific, well, in the first movie, it is to demonstrate the fault of Kirk. And in the second one, it's so that we can have two main characters who are going to be traitors that the good people don't know about, even though it doesn't last for very long. It doesn't have all that much effect. So yeah, it's strange that they both have that in common when they have so little else in common, really. So Star Trek II, we have a new director, Nicholas Meyer, who will come back for 6. And we have a new composer in James Horner, who launches with again, much like the first movie. I feel like the first movie, Jerry Goldsmith really set the tone with that opening theme in about a minute and a half, which just impresses me every time I think about how short that is. And it just kind of, it just moves. It just goes right through. James Horner's fanfare is a bit longer, but it really seems to, and I'll let you speak to this after we listen to it, but this feels like it's basically, and this is, I think some composers do this and some don't, depending, is it really feels like it's laying out the whole movie from the beginning of it to the end of like, okay, here's the arc and here's the beats of the movie. So let's listen to the opening fanfare, not on kazoo. So depending on YouTube, I might not have a kazoo version of this. Sorry. But let's listen to James Horner's opening for Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. So as usual, I will turn the floor over to you for your opinion as a musician. I have my thoughts on this, but your read on this very, very different opening from the first film.
Right. Well, it starts similar to the Jerry Goldsmith, right? Where it's that kind of eerie sort of just we're looking at space, right? And there's kind of this noisy sort of, kind of dissonant start, and it's kind of uncertain. It's funny, this is sort of the way E.T. starts too. The music at the start of E.T., when you first start listening to the John Williams score, you're like, am I about to watch a horror movie? Like, what am I watching? And it's this really dissonant music. And then, of course, obviously, it turns into the wonderful John Williams score for E.T. And this one does it very similarly. And we get the trumpet theme, the Jerry Goldsmith theme, which is really great. It's that that we hear in the trumpets and the horns, but that's sort of an afterthought in the James Horner version, and he gets more into sort of these like lush strings and these like arpeggios, and it feels more like romantic to me, or kind of like melancholy. Like it feels more like the E.T. soundtrack, because the idea of like E.T., it's like otherworldly, but it's also like, he just, E.T. phone home. It's more of like innocence and like children. And maybe that's supposed to reflect like Genesis and this idea of like new life. But it doesn't feel like it's not a banger like the Jerry Goldsmith, it's just like, boom, here is your heroic, exciting enterprise, going where no man has gone before. It feels a lot more reflective and kind of sensitive. And so is it beautiful? Absolutely. But it almost sets the tone for a very different movie. And considering this movie is more blockbuster than the first one, I almost feel like the two themes are sort of flipped. I don't know. I'd be interested what you thought about. But by the way, also too, I love this piece of music because, like I said, there's so many memories wrapped up in this score. So every time I hear the little different changes of the notes and the keys, I'm just like, oh, there's that's the soundtrack of my childhood.
Yeah, it is. I'll be honest. I don't remember this theme as the opening to the movie until I watch it, unlike the first movie, which again, I mean, it is the next gen opening too. So there is that. But once even at the time, I'm sure people were instantly had that thought, the motion picture and that music would come to your mind because it's short, it's very direct, and it lays out the whole kind of, I don't know, it forms the picture of Star Trek for so many people because that Jerry Goldsmith theme is just so good. Whereas this one, I feel like it is more of, okay, here's the overture of the entire film. So it's moving in all different directions, which is impressive because you do get all these interesting little notes and beats of story elements. The melancholy thing, well, it is, I'm sure Horner knew that Spock was going to die. So there is this thing of, okay, we're cluing you in to the fact that this isn't going to be all high adventure and everybody's going to make it out. But what's interesting is what I hear a lot in this is other movies like Aliens, like Krull, where I hear these bits where I'm like, oh, that's right. Because these, a lot of composers do this. They have these themes that they enjoy and they reuse them or elements. And so I instantly think of like with the percussion, I'm like Aliens, that's Aliens. And then with some of the strings, I'm like, oh, that's Krull. And what's interesting is some of the music that's in later scenes, like the Nebula scene. That's the music I remember for Khan. Like when just before they fire this like crescendo and I don't know how to say it in musical terms, but this kind of rising and falling music where the ship comes up and starts firing. Yeah. That's the stuff I think of for this movie, but I never remember the opening. Not that it's bad, but as you said, it doesn't have that kind of singular punch to it the way that the first movie does. It's like, this is what this movie is, bang, and we're out. Again, I really do get hung up on how short that opening theme is, and it's over. It's like, this is what it is. Here's the credits, done. But it sets it up so well. So yeah, it's interesting to think. I tend to think of other movies when I hear this opening, and then it's the other parts of the movie where the music is more memorable to me. Like certain scenes, I'm like, oh yeah, those are completely linked to the music, and I hear it, but not with the opening. So it is interesting. It's such a contrast to the first film. Not that James Horner isn't a spectacular composer. I mean, James Horner is a spectacular composer. So none of this, I don't think either of us means it's bad. It's just that it's a radical change, much like the rest of the movie from the first one.
I wonder if we took out the horns at the start, the next gen theme, right? If we took those horns out at the start, and I said, okay, this movie is either E.T., Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, or I don't know, what's another, I'm thinking of another movie with, I don't know, like Cloak and Dagger or something like that, like another 80s, movie. Like, which one is it? Or like Flight of the Navigator, like which one is it? And I think without those horns at the start, it kind of feels like a different movie. I do hear a little bit of aliens. There's no way this would be in an aliens movie because it's way too upbeat, right? Like, the survival horror, like that's.
Well, what would happen is I'd have to think about it for a while, whereas the
Right.
first one, I would
Right.
know instantly. I'd say, oh, no,
Yeah.
no, I know what this is right away.
Yep.
But this one, I would have to sit there and really kind of, I would probably work it out by saying, well, it sounds like a science fiction film. Of all these, what is the one that this makes the most sense for? And I would probably jump to Trek just because I would have some memory of it, but not like the first one, where as soon as you play the first one, just the way that it's arranged, I know the difference between the next gen version and the movie. So I'll know right away which one you're talking about in 2 seconds. So it would take a little bit longer. Because
I wonder if it was a Jerry Goldsmith thing. I wonder if James Horner was like, I just don't want to redo, like, why aren't you having Jerry do this again? Like, why are you having me do it? I'm not just going to retread something he's already done.
I would bet money that was the main, because every time you have a sequel, it is generally informed by the movie that came before it one way or another. If the movie that came before it was not seen as a hit, if it was a failure, you don't get a sequel. But I'm sure that because once you get to the end of this movie, it is so set up for a next film that they clearly by the end knew they had something. So this is a movie that, unlike the first one, where I feel like that movie ends, and if the series had ended right there, it ends. And it's a fine ending. You never needed any more movies because they're like, okay, go explore. Whereas at the end of this one, to jump a little bit, you have the setup with sequel bait, and you have Spock saying continuing voyages. I mean, it's all laid out that there will be more movies. Whereas in the first one, he's like, all right, take her out, ta-da, and it's just over. And if the movie series,
and that could be a perfect ending,
would have been like, right, it would have been fine, and nobody would have, unlike modern movies where there's always a hook, and you're like, well, you didn't make another one, so thanks for nothing. Now that one feels like they weren't sure if this could even work, that it was, and with all the back production problems and everything, I'm sure it was a gamble, and that's what. Whereas this one, I think once they got to the end, and once the producers and everybody was looking at this, and once they had Khan back, this movie they knew was going to be a hit. I think they knew what they had here, so it was less of a risk. And so, but I'm sure the opening of it was, we can't repeat that first movie. People thought it was too slow, too boring. It wasn't adventurous enough, so we need somebody who can have a dynamic score. And as much as, and I do adore the first movie's soundtrack, it rarely gets into adventure territory. It's usually more somber and intellectual, or at least it's not as bombastic in its movements. Whereas this one, okay, we're action beat, like this thing moves. We talked about before we started recording, this movie feels like it's half the duration of the first movie when it's not. Yeah. It's 2 hours almost long, but it doesn't feel that way.
And it feels so much smaller in scale, doesn't it too? Even just there's a few
it's
characters.
2 locations.
Yeah.
It's the moon and the nebula. Really, the bulk of the movie is in 2 places, which I always forget because you do see a lot of the ships moving, but they're not really going anywhere. They're mostly in orbit around a planetoid, and then they're in a nebula. So for a movie that has what feels like so much action and motion, it's in a field of like this. It's like moon, nebula. They're literally within distance to see of each other once you get to the second half. Not even the second half. Once you get past the first 20 minutes, you're never going anywhere again. So yeah, it is crazy how small this movie is, and yet it feels huge. I mean, it's just such a well-made movie. So yeah, we start off and we get the famous Kobayashi Maru segment, which I don't know if that was ever an original Trek. My suspicion is not. I don't know if this was ever mentioned or if there's anything like that. I don't know. People can comment, I'm sure, if I'm wrong about that. Feel free. I won't read it. But actually, I will read it. I mean, if you're nice about it, I'll read it and I'll reply. But if you're a scumbag, I'm not going to reply to it. Just a normal way to operate on YouTube.
Yes,
But anyway, we get this thing where we're introduced to Kirstie Alley, and right away, you know that this is not reality because the entire original crew, short of Kirk, is all dead inside of 5 minutes, and then the doors open up. And we see that once again, Admiral Kirk, he's not captain anymore, comes in and lays out and this movie is excellent in terms of setup and payoffs. Everything in this movie has the setup in the beginning, and it will come back later. Starting with the Kobayashi Maru, which we find out is this test that all captains except Spock, apparently, who didn't have to take it, because he mentions that at the end, as he's dying. He says, "Oh, I never took the test. What do you think of my solution?" Which is odd, because I guess they just skipped Vulcans for some reason. But everybody else, except
if they die, they die. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. So the idea is you, as a captain, are meant to face a no-win scenario. And you have to, and Kirk has this line about how you handle death is as important as how you handle life. And, Kirstie Alley basically says, "Oh, how did you solve it?" At that point, I don't think she's aware, because Bones points it out that he's the only one who's ever beat it, and we'll find out how later. But essentially, this is the setup for where everybody is now. So Spock is the captain of the Enterprise. He's training the crew to take them back out. And Kirk is, again, an admiral who's basically just kind of not doing anything. And it's his birthday, and so Spock gives him a book, and, they're talking back and forth about age and what's going on. And then he goes back to his room, and Bones stops by, who also brings him some Romulan ale, which we find out is illegal, which becomes a thing in the series. And then they're talking back and forth, and Bones starts, much like the first movie, although his message seems to be the opposite in this particular dialogue, starts to basically talk to him about how he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing. So we'll listen to this. But again, if you remember back to the first movie, where Bones is like, "You're obsessed with this ship. That's your problem, is you can't let it go." Now remember that when Bones talks to him now, because it's a bit of a different message.
Damn it, Jim, what the hell's the matter with you? Other people have birthdays. Why are we treating yours like a funeral?
Bones, I don't want to be lectured.
What the hell do you want? This is not about age. And you know it. It's about you flying a goddamn computer console when you want to be out there hopping galaxies.
Spare me your notions of poetry, please. We all have our assigned duties.
Paul, you're hiding. Hiding behind rules and regulations.
Who am I hiding from?
From yourself, Admiral.
Don't mince words, Bones. What do you really think?
Jim, I'm your doctor, and I'm your friend. Get back your command. Get it back before you turn into part of this collection. Before you really do grow old.
And here we get another theme of the film, which is Kirk facing aging and possibly obsolescence, or not being useful anymore, which we'll come back to multiple times. But again, Bones is just such a great character. And the fact that he just says, what he's thinking and has no filter whatsoever around Kirk, even as an admiral, whatever. He's just like, "No, here's what it is." I tell you, what's DeForest Kelley. What a great actor, man. I haven't seen him in anything else that I can think of, but man, it doesn't matter. He's so good in these movies that he's basically as important as Kirk or Spock, bar none. He's fantastic.
And I think it's the the trifecta, or the triangle that's in the, you have your Spock, you have Bones, and you have Kirk. And Bones is so important because Kirk is the hero, and often people are like just amazed by him and inspired by him and fooled by him, and Bones just like sees right through all the BS, and he's like, "Dude, this is what you need to do." And he becomes his conscience in a way sometimes, or when he's going too far, or if he's not going far enough, Bones is there to tell him so. Where Spock serves a different purpose, and Spock's kind of a superstar in his own right that, a Kirk kind of looks up to Spock in a way. But Bones is like the only reason why Kirk hasn't already probably blown himself or something else to smithereens, or is at the bottom of a bottle of Romulan ale, because he kind of keeps him on track. Where it's either saying you're stealing the command or you need to go steal the command, right? Number one, he's like, "Don't steal the command," and in this one, he's like, "Go steal back your command." Yeah.
And that's where it feels like, again, they kind of said, "Don't do the first movie again." So,
it's the opposite.
To be on the ship. It really is. It is as if, and I don't know how many years are supposed to have passed. I mean, it would be some number of them because it was 3 years since the last movie. I would imagine it's roughly that in this film. They never put a star date that I remember. Unless Chekhov says it when he's on the Reliant. Maybe he does, but I don't remember.
Well,
but
we know some time has
amount of
passed
time.
because now he's on a
Right.
separate, the crew
Yeah,
members have,
and-
some
but-
of them have moved on, and yeah.
And enough time that Bones has reversed his position on how obsession can affect somebody, because now he's like, no, that's where you should be. So that, and it, again, sets up the idea of Kirk not really seeming to accomplish anything, feeling old or getting old. His birthday is this big deal. As Bones says, why is it a funeral? And then we cut to the Reliant, where we find out that Chekhov is now the first officer, and they are interfacing with a Regular One, which is a science starbase, which is the starbase from the first movie, flipped around.
Yeah,
Looks a lot better this way, I have to admit, so I like it.
Yeah,
It looks much more impressive, even though it's literally just inverted. And they are surveying for a place to use some kind to run some experiment that is referred to as Genesis. We don't really know what it is yet, but basically it has to be done on a planet free of life. And so they think they find this planet, and then they get a weird signal. And so the captain, played by Paul Winfield, whose name I cannot remember, Captain Terrell. So Terrell and Chekhov are like, all right, because Dr. Marcus, Carol Marcus, who we'll find out very, very quickly is Kirk's ex, is running the science expedition. And she says, there cannot be any life. I will not proceed with this if there's any life. So you have to go check. So they go down to look. And at first they think there's been a mistake with the scanners or whatever. And then they come over a ridge and they see these cargo containers that are, have doors on them, look like somebody is there, but they can't see any wreckage from a ship. So they're not really sure what they're looking at. So they go inside and they're looking around, and they see very prominently there's a bookshelf with Moby Dick on it, Paradise Lost, a number of books that will then be quoted by Khan later, and that are, of course, subtle ways of giving us the themes of the film. And they're looking around and they don't know what's going on. And then Chekhov happens to look and see some kind of like belt buckle or like a safety buckle or something. And it says SS Botany Bay, which is the ship from Space Seed, which is the original series episode where Khan shows up. That Chekhov's not in. But we'll get to that. This is the famous mistake that people love to go crazy about.
Well, he heard about it.
To some degree,
he heard about it.
The movie makes it very, very hard not to. Because Khan says, I never forget a face, and I know you, when he could not have possibly known who
maybe he
is.
says that to a lot of people, He's been out in the desert for a while, right? For 15 years or whatever, so he's a little sunny.
It doesn't look like Club Med out there. So, yes, possible some sand has gotten into his brain, even though it's genetically engineered and superior.
Yes.
And so Chekhov panics, knowing who's here, tries to leave, and of course, Khan and what's left of his complement are there and take them prisoner. And this is what I think is one of the most impressive parts about this movie is you don't have needed to see that original episode to understand what Khan's all about. He's so well acted by Ricardo Montalban. He's so good that you just need a little bit of exposition, but you really don't need everything that happened. And so basically he and Chekhov have this back and forth, which I'm going to play some of, not the entire thing, that really just tells you everything you need to know, which is that some years ago, Khan basically came aboard the ship, tried to take it over, and was, he says, exiled. But really, it was mercy because Kirk could have just had them all executed. I think in the episode, if he'd turned them in, they would have been killed. So he actually was merciful by putting them on a planet that at the time was fine. But we'll find out that no. After they got there, things kind of went south. So this is Khan and Chekhov kind of going back and forth and explaining what happened.
These people had sworn to live and die at my command 200 years before you were born. Do you mean he never told you the tale? To amuse your captain, no? Never told you how the Enterprise picked up the Botany Bay lost in space from the year 1996, myself and the ship's company in cryogenic freeze?
I've never even met Admiral Kirk.
Admiral. Never told you how Admiral Kirk sent 70 of us into exile on this barren sand heap with only the contents of these cargo bays to sustain us.
You lie! In City Alpha 5 there was life. A fair chance.
This is City Alpha 5!
SETI Alpha 6 exploded 6 months after we were left here. The shock shifted the orbit of this planet, and everything was laid waste. Admiral Kirk never bothered to check on our progress. It was only the fact of my genetically engineered intellect that allowed us to survive.
Perfect scene, because again, you get everything of Khan that you need, but also one thing that is said here that echoes later is that Kirk never bothered to see how we were doing. And that will be reflected in the fact that he doesn't know who his son is, and that this is another mistake of Kirk's making, is that he basically put these people here and didn't ever bother to come back. And so one of the interesting things about the movie to me is I don't entirely fault Khan for his anger. His wife died, was killed, because, again, nobody bothered to come and see, because you find out she died from one of these things in the sand.
Oh, horrible.
That apparently drives you mad before you die. Right. And so he blames Kirk for that. And if you never saw the original episode, it was one of the Enterprise crew who became the wife, was like infatuated with him and then left with him at the end of the episode. And that's who died. We never see her or anything like that. So the original actress doesn't show up or anything. But again, it does give you at least some understanding, if not condoning, what Khan does later. He's sort of right that Kirk never bothered to check. And if he had, maybe this wouldn't have ever happened. So it is interesting because, again, it's another thing where you find out it's sort of like the first movie, but not as bad of, oh, Kirk has created this problem. But again, the whole setup with Khan and his back and forth, it's so perfect. I mean, outside of the very, what do you call it, Stevie Nicks haircut he's got going on, he looks great. He's got his hand. They never show why he doesn't take the one glove off, but you imagine something happened to his right hand. But he's just got such a presence. He's so good that it's much like in Heat, where you realize, oh, De Niro and Pacino are barely in this movie together. In this film, the two leads never interact. They are never in the same room. They never do anything except talk to each other across a screen, and you don't even notice. It's that good, and their back and forth is so good that you don't even realize until the movie's over that they were never in a room together, which is astounding if you think about it in modern terms. That would never happen now.
Yeah. And I love even the whole point about that, Montalban's in his or Khan is in his whole speech about, like, do you know what he did? And he realizes that Kirk is an admiral now. And you can tell that just like sends him up the wall, because he's just like, wait, this guy who abandoned me and my wife's dead now, and we've had this horrible fate, and they promoted him. He's even bigger now. And so you could just see, he was just so angry about that. And I thought that was really great kind of storytelling. And yeah, you do kind of feel bad for him, because I feel like this is what the Star Trek series does so much, where they just like talk about, like, yeah, Kirk is this great hero, and he's going where no man has gone before, but he's kind of left some casualties in his exploits, whether that be illegitimate children, or in this case abandon a whole group of people and then never followed up. Maybe just give a call. I know technology in the 22nd or 23rd century is pretty advanced. You could probably just call up and say, hey, Khan, how's it going? Maybe around the holidays. I don't know.
Send a probe to fly by. But you're right. And even if you don't see the video, when he says Admiral, the way he says it, it's all communicated. It's so beautifully done, because you could infer it just from his tone. And then at the end, when he basically says, well, we wouldn't have survived if I wasn't so smart, they balance his arrogance with the sympathy for him, because yeah, okay, you do feel bad for him, but at the end, you do have to remember that he is, and if you didn't see the original series, they don't really overtly point this out, but they do it through his actions, that he has the genetic engineering unfortunately heightened all of his aggression and arrogance. So he basically was a dictator on Earth. So in the original series, he had taken over the planet, or virtually, he was another Genghis Khan. And that's why they outlawed genetic engineering, because they found it was a flaw that would make you basically become warlike. And so they give you these little sprinkles where every time you start to feel bad for him, then he does something where you're like, oh yeah, don't forget who Khan is. At the core, he isn't nearly as sympathetic as he seems to be. It's an accident that you feel as bad for him as you do, and it's really more of Kirk's inaction as opposed to Khan suddenly becoming a good person. He is not, because the entire rest of the movie is a Moby Dick tale. His whole thing is, I have to get Kirk now, at the expense of all these people that I pretend to actually care about, who are loyal to me. Their loyalty to me does not extend the other way. I'm ready to just expend them all if it means getting back to Kirk. But it's just a great introduction, and we get the earworm scene where basically we're told that the little spawn of these aggressive creatures in the sand can make you suggestible. So he puts these into Chekhov and Tyrell, and now they're basically his puppets. At which point they message Regula 1, and they're like, hey, we're coming for Genesis, because he doesn't know what it is. He says, wait a minute, because he realizes, I do like this too, the Khan puts together that they didn't know he was there, because at first I think the idea is he thought they were there to see what he was doing. And then he says, wait a minute, you don't know I'm here, so why would you be here? And that's when he basically makes them tell him about Genesis. Now, I never really understood what his plan. I guess it was to make a new world to take over, because I don't know why else he would want it. So I guess it would be to make a perfect planet where he was Prince again, because he mentions I ran the world 200 years ago.
I think there was some dialogue, with his right-hand man, who he bucks with quite a bit. I think at one point later on, his right-hand man is kind of like, we have Genesis, we have everything we need. So you assume there was some idea to maybe even just take Genesis back to, the planet they were on and just sort of recolonize it in their own, because they do mention in Genesis, it will grow, but you can populate it with whatever. I think at one point the doctor says, we can populate it with whatever life forms we want. So, maybe they had this plan, but like you said, it's the revenge, the revenge is Besker's, served cold, and space is, space is a cold place.
Very cold in space. Yeah. But to your point, the second in command almost turns him around a few times, and Kirk keeps goading him because Kirk understands that in the end he will be who he is. But the second-hand guy, 2 times at least, you see Khan sort of stop. And that's interesting that he doesn't immediately barrel through the guy. He does actually listen to him to an extent, but as soon as Kirk reminds him that, hey, I'm alive, I'm over here, then everything takes back over and he goes right back to what he's doing. But yes, that would make sense. Is the only thing you could want it for is to create a new planet that would essentially be his planet. That would be my assumption based on what he did before. So now we get another scene where Kirk boards the Enterprise in a shuttlecraft again, even though the transporters should be working for this one. But I think they just want to reuse the shuttlecraft footage.
Yeah, and we get more Enterprise, long shots. It's not for 15 minutes like in the first movie, but there is some time spent on just, hey, this is the Enterprise. There's a few new things, a few new looks to it, but. By the way, that must just be a really important thing in these movies. Like, people went to see what the Enterprise looked like. And I don't know. It's like a car thing. How there's guys that are really into cars. I think there's like a spaceship thing. There's people who are really, really into spaceships. So.
Oh, there's definitely a spaceship thing. I like a lot of spaceships in particular. So, like, I will go down burning that the Excelsior is the best ship from the Federation, period. That Sulu's Excelsior is the best one they ever designed. I love that ship. Yeah. And there are some interesting new angles where they shoot the model from. And I think it's probably that they had this really great model and they're like, well, we're going to keep using it because we built this thing. It looks fantastic. Why not use it? But as you said, it is definitely more restrained. There's not the
it's an appropriate. I feel like in the first one, it's like, what are we doing here?
It's fetishized in the first one.
Like
there's somebody was doing something inappropriate to that first scene. Obviously, someone somewhere did. This one is less of that. This is just more of a here's the ship in case you didn't. I actually probably think it's because they assume some people skipped the first one. And so they wanted to show it off because... And
like you said, they invested so much in the original model, like even how they use Regula 1, like just by like flipping it upside down, like it's like we have all this stuff, like can we reuse any of it? Absolutely.
Yeah, and if there were people who skipped the first one because the reviews weren't glowing, then they really would never have gotten any version of this. So we get a brief version of the fetishized Enterprise, some glamour shots, and then he's going on board as an inspection, and he kind of bounces around the ship. And, we get little dialogue and where he's meeting with different parts of the crew. And in the extended version I watched, there's a long sequence, which I didn't clip, but there's a sequence where there is a crewman he speaks to, a young crewman. And that there are parts of it still in the movie, but what they excised for some reason is, and I think it's important, so I don't know why I'm sure it was for running time, but I think it's good that they put it back in for the director's cut. So basically you find out that this individual is Scotty's nephew, because he says my sister's son, so it's got to be nephew then. I finally worked that out. I'm terrible at that type of stuff. He's his uncle. No, wait, the age don't make sense. So you find out that this is Scotty's, the version I watched, you find out it's Scotty's nephew. And this will pay off in a scene that comes up later. So he's going throughout the ship, and there's echoes of the Kobayashi Maru and also the first movie where he's on the ship, there's an emergency, the Enterprise is the closest ship for some reason. The Enterprise is always the closest ship for some reason.
Always in the right place at the right time, yeah.
But
or the wrong
unlike
place.
the first film, he doesn't try to just take over. He goes to Spock and says, hey, there's something going on. Let's go. And Spock's like, well, you got to take over the ship then. And he's like, no. He's like, look, I don't have an ego like humans. I don't care. I'm not Decker. You want to take over the ship? You should, because you're the ranking officer. Let's just get on with this because I don't care. Which again, this is what I like about Spock, man, is like he just does. He has emotion, but so little that the things that would normally be points of conflict, like in the first film with Decker, they just don't exist. He's just immediately like, nope, this is how it has to be. You are now the captain. And they're going to take off and they're going to go and report to Regular One. Now, right before that happens, Chekhov on the Reliant calls Regular One and says, hey, we're coming to get Genesis. And David, who is Carol Marcus's son, and we'll find out is Kirk's son, and it's pretty obvious right from the beginning because they foreshadow it so much. So he's very angry because he's like, this is exactly what I knew it was going to happen. When it's the military, they're going to come and take it over. And as they're waiting for Reliant to get there, there's a little bit of dialogue, which I actually really like because I think this is one of those things that is true today. This is not a sci-fi thing about the struggle between the science and military. So it's a short clip, but it really just kind of explains why David, it does two things. It sets up why David is going to be angry at Kirk the minute he shows up, not knowing Kirk is his father, because he doesn't know that for almost the entire movie, but also why he's been antagonistic about the Federation being involved the whole time. So here it is.
It has to be some sort of mistake.
Mistake. We're all alone here. They waited until everyone was on leave to do this. Reliant is supposed to be at our disposal, not vice versa.
It seems clear Starfleet never
intended... I know that, but I can't believe the Starfleet...
I've tried warning you before. Scientists have always been pawns of the military.
Starfleet has kept the peace for 100 years. I cannot and will not subscribe to your interpretation of this event.
You may be right, Doctor. But what about Reliant? She's on her way.
Get your gear together where it's handy.
And where are we going?
That's for us to know and Reliant to find out.
And the very end of that clip, I don't think is present in some cuts where she says, we're going to go someplace and they'll have to figure it out. I think it just ends after he says, because I remember him saying Reliant is coming, and that's like a big kind of cliffhanger thing for that part. And there's that little extra dialogue, which was in the director's cut. So this is then followed by the whole thing with him going to Spock and saying something's gone wrong and Carol Marcus is in trouble and I'm going to have to take the ship there. And that scene you were talking about where we cut back to Khan on the Reliant and the second in command says, hey, I'm just going to say something and you could do with this what you want. We have a ship. We have our freedom. Do we really need to go after Kirk? And Khan immediately is like, yes. We have to go after Kirk.
Yeah, because he's like, we could go anywhere.
He's listening to him.
Yeah, he's like, we have a starship. We can go anywhere now. We could go anywhere.
Right. He's like, we have our freedom. We have a starship. You've proven that you're better. Why do we have to go after him? And to Khan's credit, he doesn't just cut him off. He lets him go through the whole thing, and you see him nodding and listening. But then at the end, he's like, no. He's telling me I have to get him. Which has not happened. This is all in Khan's mind.
Right,
there has been no communication.
Right.
Yeah, he's generating a scenario that doesn't exist. And so, makes sense because Khan is an egomaniac, a megalomaniac. So it does make sense. But I like these little scenes where the second in command is at least trying, is not. You understand that Khan is the one who's fixated, that nobody else really cares, but they're following him blindly. And so then we get on the Enterprise, basically Kirk's like, all right, we have to go and we have to stop them because something's going on with Genesis. And everybody's like, well, what the hell is Genesis? Because nobody else but Kirk knows. So he brings him back to the briefing room and he plays this video where it shows that the Genesis device can be deployed on a planet, even though at the end of the movie, it just blows up in space and does the same thing, which I went, is that a plot hole or did it just work no matter what?
It made its own planet, I guess then, right? Yeah.
Seemed to, unless the ship was the Matrix, which would
But
mean
then
a planet full of cons? I don't know.
Yeah, planet full of starships. But yeah, but they were looking for a barren planet to test it on. But maybe, okay, in all fairness, they didn't know a whole lot about it, right? Because they blew it up underground first, and it kind of how it created, they didn't really have control over it, and it only took a day or something. So maybe they didn't really even understand the full power of what they had.
Yeah, I don't really care. It is just interesting that we so often see, them looking for a planet and it just blows up in space. But like you said, it was an experiment. They don't necessarily know everything, so it could be that it actually worked better than they thought. So he plays this video, and it shows basically the Genesis device going off. And then at the end, we get this back and forth primarily between Spock and McCoy over the morality of using such a device.
It literally is Genesis.
Power creation.
Have they proceeded with their experiments?
Well, the tape was made about a year ago, so I can only assume they've reached stage 2 by now.
But dear Lord, do you think we're intelligent enough to... Suppose... What if this thing we use where life already exists?
It would destroy such life in favor of its new matrix.
Its new matrix? Do you have any idea what you're saying?
I was not attempting to evaluate its moral implications, Doctor. As a matter of cosmic history, it has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Not anymore. Now we can do both at the same time. According to myth, the Earth was created in 6 days. Now, watch out. Here comes Genesis. We'll do it for you in 6 minutes.
I do not dispute that in the wrong hands...
In the wrong hands? Would you mind telling me whose are the right hands, my logical friend? Are you by any chance in favor of these experiments?
Gentlemen, this isn't...
Really, Dr. McCoy, you must learn to govern your passions. They will be your undoing. Logic suggests...
Logic? My God, the man's talking about logic. We're talking about universal Armageddon.
You green-blooded inhuman.
Bridge to Admiral Kirk. Admiral, sensors indicate a vessel in our area, closing fast.
What do you make of her?
It's one of ours, Admiral. It's Reliant.
Reliant?
So they lead right from this argument to, okay, now is our first big kind of clash. But the back and forth with Spock and Bones, again, as you said, it is the Holy Trinity. These three characters, when they are in the same room and they're going back and forth, is every bit as good as any space battle you come up with. And Bones and Spock I shouldn't say never got along, but they've always had this kind of very sharp differing opinion of how things are to be interpreted. And so just there, you get this very, very sharp back and forth where, Bones is very angry and Spock's just, again, like, and what? I'm just saying it makes sense to use it. I mean, why not? Beautiful, beautiful scene where, again,
and then right when
like
it gets
said,
to be about out of hand, he calls him a green-blooded, and it's about to get kind of out of hand. Somebody comes over the comms and kind of nicely closes off the scene. Yeah.
Perfect way to diffuse the tension by redirecting the threat to Reliant, which of course we know is Khan and his crew, but they kind of come up and the Enterprise doesn't pull up its shields or anything, and Khan's sitting there going, yeah, they're not going to do anything because we're one big happy Federation, so let's get up close and then we can just blow them up. And so they come up and we get this first scene where the Reliant just opens fire and manages to almost completely knock out the Enterprise, knocks it down to essentially life support at first. And when, everything is said and done and the Reliant stops firing, you see Spock and Kirk are on the bridge. It's wrecked. It's ruined. There's people dead in different places. And he says, well, how did they know? Or Spock says they knew exactly where to hit us. And he says, well, okay, who are we dealing with? And to this point, they don't know anything because there's been no response, no nothing. And so then Uhura says, oh, somebody's hailing us. It's the commander of the other vessel. He's like, all right, put it on the screen. And we get our first kind of as close as you get to an interaction where they're in a room between Kirk and Khan.
You still remember, Admiral. I cannot help but be touched. I, of course, remember you.
What is the meaning of this attack? Where is the crew of the Reliant?
Surely I have made my meaning plain. I mean to avenge myself upon you, Admiral. I've deprived your ship of power, and when I swing around, I mean to deprive you of your life. But I wanted you to know first who it was who had beaten you.
Khan, if it's me you want, I'll have myself beamed aboard. Spare my crew.
I make you a counter proposal. I'll agree to your terms if, in addition to yourself, you hand over to me all data and material regarding the project called Genesis.
Genesis? What's that?
Don't insult my intelligence, Kirk.
Give me some time to recall the data on our computers.
I give you 60 seconds.
So here we get our big introduction for Khan. There's this great scene where he's on the screen and he just looks completely like, I've won, you're beaten, I wrecked you, I just wanted you to know it was me before I blow everything up. And then Kirk very quickly says, well, take me instead. And Khan's like, okay, but I want all this information. And Spock, when they turn around, because they basically don't face the viewer, even though you could probably still hear them, but whatever. He says, okay, well, they clearly don't have Genesis, so we have something. And what they do is they figure out that each ship has this central code to another ship to be able to allow them to remotely control it. So it's a remote desktop for ships. That's really what this is.
Great.
It's like, well, we have the password. We can RDP in and we can lower their shields. And that's exactly what they do. They lower the shields and they manage to damage Reliant enough that the second in command says, hey, they're stuck. We need to get out of here because we've taken damage now too. So we'll leave, we'll get fixed up, we'll come back. They're not going anywhere. But that whole scene where it's just him and Khan, again, they're not in the same room. I mean, they are screen-wise, but it's so great, the two of them acting. Essentially, I don't know if they actually had Montalban on the screen or vice versa.
Right.
But the acting is superb. That scene is fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. And, it's great too, because it once again sort of outlines or just shows, part of the problem in the first movie that Kirk had is that he was going too far. He was obsessed and he was like taking things personally. And, kind of like Spock said to Bones just in the previous scene, you've got to you're being driven by your passions. You have to learn to control yourself. And, basically, Khan is just unchecked. He wants revenge, and he couldn't just blow up. He could have just destroyed the Enterprise over. He's got a starship. He could just go wherever. But he had to let Kirk know that it was him. I just wanted to let you know that it was me. And so, it's foreshadowing, that this sort of revenge and just his obsession and his aggression is probably going to get the better of him. This is where Kirk is the best, right? Where he's kind of, pretty much on life support and he's got to, think of a way to get out of it. The Kobayashi Maru situation all over again. How am I going to get out of an unwinnable situation?
It's interesting. I never put together the obsession inversion thing that you point out. I never really thought about it, but you're right. This is basically the dark side of Kirk. This is Kirk the other side, which is when obsession is taken over. In Kirk's case, it probably would have been getting others killed, but in Khan's case, it is, I won't stop till this person is dead, even though, as the second in command pointed out, you have everything. You won already. We can just leave and no one will ever know, because no one would ever have known. If they had just killed Terrell and Chekhov and left, Kirk never checked on him in the beginning. There's no reason to think he would suddenly remember when he's already, obsessed about getting old. They would have gotten away with everything, but Khan couldn't let it go. So it is basically an echo of, okay, obsession will destroy you. In Kirk's case, he recognized it, or really he was, kind of slapped in the face by people to say, hey, you're stupid here, until this movie. But with Khan, he couldn't let it go. So Khan is his own undoing in this way.
Well, Kirk has Spock and Bones, right? He has two people that he actually respects both of their opinions. He listens to them. Khan has no one. He has sycophants. He has people. He has his followers, his disciples. So in a way, they're kind of two sides of a coin, like you said, but without Spock and Bones, Kirk could probably be, easily driven to revenge and some of these other things as well.
Well, Khan has the second in command who does try to talk to him, but he doesn't listen. So again, you're right, where Kirk has the respect of really Spock, but also Bones. Bones just has to be a little bit more forceful about it. Spock just has to show up, and Kirk's like, "Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Sit down. I want to talk to you." I mean, the secret romance. We all know it's there. They just could never admit to it. The spurk. The spurk of fan fiction.
Yes.
So they managed to escape comm withdrawals. And they managed to get far enough away that now Kirk says, okay, we have to evaluate what's been done to us. And this is a scene that is missing in almost all. It's very short in the theatrical cut, but I want to play it in its entirety because I have what may be a controversial opinion on James Doohan's importance in this movie, but also the fact that they cut this scene. So let me just play this.
Is the word given, Admiral?
The word is given. Warp speed.
Why?
He wants to kill me for passing sentence on him 15 years ago. And he doesn't care who stands between him and his vengeance.
I'm sorry, Scotty.
He stayed at his post when the trainees ran.
Admiral, this is Spock.
Yes, Spock.
Engine room reports auxiliary power restored. We can proceed at impulse power.
Best speed to regular one. Kirk out. Scotty, I have to ask. Is there any chance of getting the mains back on the line?
I didn't think so, sir, but you'll have my best. Thanks. I know you tried, Doctor.
You all right?
I don't know. Doctors lose patience sometimes. Damn it. I'm still in the dark. How did he know about Genesis?
I don't know. But what's important now is to prevent him from getting his hands on it. You said it yourself, it's a bang that could rearrange the universe.
There still may be time. You gave as good as you got.
We're alive only because I knew something about these ships that he didn't.
So in that scene, I don't like that Kirk explains what we already know. I don't need the whole, oh, he's coming after me. But I don't need that. But James Doohan's performance in there is excellent. And what a lot of people probably don't know, or may only know the superficial details, is James Doohan was in war, was shot 6 times, and was hit in the chest. And the only reason he didn't die is because he had a cigarette case that stopped the bullet. And so his scenes in this are excellent because, like, this is something he probably knew a lot about. He was actually in D-Day. He was there. So I'm sort of glad they put it back in, even though I don't really need Kirk re-explaining things. It feels like it's like, okay, yeah, we know. And, but the stuff with Doohan is really good because it explains why he's there and why he's so broken up about it. And it feels like he probably tapped into something. So I really like that scene is back in. And I also like the fact that then Kirk says, "Are you all right?" to Bones, because Bones just lost somebody, which you imagine doesn't happen all that often in the future where they can fix everything. In fact, in Star Trek IV, there's a whole scene we'll hear where Bones is like, if we were in my time, this would be nothing. I could fix this. Radiation poisoning is nothing. Like, he's talking about how,
but these primitive tools,
right.
Yeah.
It's like
Archaic.
in the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages or something, he says.
Yeah.
So I like that this extended scene is in there. Like I said, the truncated version is present. You see Scotty there, the guy dies and he's broken up about it, but you don't really know why. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So, like I said,
and the line that he stays at his post is still in there, that while all the other trainees ran, because we have to remember a lot of the crew members are not, seaworthy, or they're not, this is their first voyage. So we have a lot of like inexperienced, people. So he's like while everyone else ran, this guy stayed at his post. So
Yeah, these are all the trainees who were in the opening scene, the Kobayashi Maru scene. The trainees are the same people because they were training for Enterprise. It is the Enterprise's bridge, most likely the actual set, the same set, that they're using for the simulator. So yeah, there is a speech that Kirk says, hey, I'm going to need you to grow up a little bit faster than we thought. So they do point out that many of the people there are inexperienced, except for the original crew, of course, who all know what they're doing. So then we get to the scene where they get to Regular One, which is also a very horror-based and really well-shot scene. I actually like a lot of the camera angles and some of the things they're doing as they're kind of walking around. It's great because you really do think there's probably still somebody there. They're setting it up as if someone's still there. When there isn't, there's just some of the dead members of the previous group, but it's shot so well. I love that scene.
The lighting is wonderful, and then it really showcases the away uniforms, which are these really very 70s. It's 82, but you're still like, okay, this was originally from the 70s because, you still see some of the bell bottoms, but just the texture on the away coats and all that. So, yeah, it's really fun, and the lights kind of go down because usually, Star Trek is it's in a bright room and, they're on the bridge and everything's well lit. So it was kind of nice to see the characters in their away uniforms in this sort of more, dimly lit environment. And you're like, yeah, there's like the rat scare, there's the jump scare with the rat going by and all that. And so they're going to find something, but you're not sure what.
And we know that rats exist even in the future. They could never
apparently in the
space.
Rats are just a problem.
Space rats. Yep. It's like rats. The space herpes from Ice Pirates. There's space rats apparently, so they're around. Okay. So we have space rats and space herpes. It's the only thing missing. But yeah, right. It's a great scene because, like you said, it is very dark and dim, and that's why I think the expectation that the audience is supposed to have is that somebody's going to be there, that they're going to get surprised. Right. This is a trap. And in fact, it's just that the station is empty. And they don't know why. They can't figure out why because they know that some of the people are missing. Mm-hmm. And then they find a compartment where Chekhov and Tyrell appear to have been sealed up but not killed. Weird that Spock doesn't immediately question that because it doesn't really make sense, but that's okay. So they get him out, and Tyrell and Paul Winfield does a really great scene where he's talking about how Khan went insane because he kept questioning them and he was just killing them off and that he couldn't figure out what happened. And of course, what this is they want them to figure out what happened because they couldn't get the information out of the scientists. It's a very smart move because they intrinsically trust Tyrell and Chekhov. So they don't even question it. There's no reason to. Because Chekhov, when he calls Carol Marcus, seems very robotic. You imagine if Kirk or Spock had been there, they would have been like, Chekhov seems off, doesn't he? But in this scene, since they're traumatized, you kind of write it off that, they saw these terrible things. They're in shock. So if they're acting a little weird, well, we're not going to question it. So then they figure out that the transporter was activated, but nobody ever turned it off. So apparently they have a, when you leave the room, turn the lights off transporter policy. We now find this out as well.
Go green.
Because they fixate on, nobody turned it off. Like as if it's burning energy. Like our bill is going to be really high this month. Turn the transporter off.
I'm not paying it.
And there's this great little line where Kirk's like, all right, well, we're going to beam to where they are. And McCoy says, what if they went nowhere? And he says, well, this will be your chance to get away from it all. It's a great... I almost clipped it, but it's just a little thing. It's just, and McCoy doesn't like transporters anyway, so it's a very glib way of throwing off somebody's phobia. So they beam into the planet. I like the beam-in sequence, too, because they show the moon, and you just hear this extended transporter sound, which I don't know why they did that, but I like it. It's just kind of this little stylish thing that they do, but it's really, that always persists with me, where you see the moon, you hear this kind of transporter sound that it's drawn out. And they materialize inside, and they find that the scientists are there. David immediately jumps Kirk and wants to kill him. And then Kirk finds out that his name is Marcus, and of course knows that that's his son, because he knew that he had a son. We're going to find this out. We're going to hear a clip where he says, no, it wasn't that Kirk didn't know he had a son, but that Dr. Marcus, Carol Marcus said, okay, I want him to stay with me. I don't want to know anything about you because I don't want him running off in space, which essentially is kind of a version of, I don't want my son to be a cop because his father was a cop and I don't want him in a dangerous line of duty. I mean, that's the kind of, or military, whichever. And so basically they think that where they are in this little area is what Genesis created. And Carol Marcus is like, no. And I like that Carol Marcus has a bit of arrogance to her too, where she keeps pointing out how magnificent Genesis is, which don't get me wrong, it is. It's a wonder. But she's very quick to be like, no. Your guys took almost a year to make this little space. What I did in a couple of days, and it's right through there. So everybody but Kirk and Carol Marcus leave, And then they have this bit of dialogue where you find out, the history and why that David doesn't know who he is, and that this was something that was not an accident, that this was in fact intentional.
I did what you wanted. I stayed away. Why didn't you tell me?
How can you ask me that? Were we together? Were we going to be? You had your world, and I had mine. And I wanted him in mine, not chasing through the universe with his father. Actually, he's a lot like you. In many ways. Please tell me what you're feeling.
There's a man out there I haven't seen in 15 years who's trying to kill me. You show me a son, I'd be happy to help him. My son. My life that could have been. It wasn't. What am I feeling? Old. Worn out.
Now, this may be a controversial opinion, but right before this is the famous scene where he screams Khan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, I hate that entire bit. I think Shatner is awful.
I was wondering, we kind of skipped over that, yeah.
Because I think his acting is terrible. I mean, as much as I like him in this scene, which is why I picked this clip, I think he's terrible in that whole other one where he goes, "Oh, friend," like that's the stuff they make fun of.
Right.
And it's awful. I mean, it is embarrassing. Like, Montalban's great, but his anger performance is terrible. So I'm sure people are going to hate that I say that, but I'm sorry. It's so completely different from the rest of the movie where he's more reserved and you can see all the weight of the years and what he's going through. And in that one, it's just the worst, first opening night theater performance. It's just terrible. I can't stand it, so I didn't bother clipping it.
It's like from the trailer, when somebody yells no, like no in the trailer, like that's like the Khan, And I will say though, from a sound design perspective, when he does yell that, it does the same thing as when the transporter went into the planet and you heard that weird kind of resonance while they're like transporting into the planet. As he yells it, you can kind of hear it echoing out into, I think it's supposed to be echoing in space, even though it's a vacuum or whatever. But I think that's kind of the idea that he's like, they're just trapped inside this rock and, no way of getting off. And
But you know why they did that effect too, right? Because they didn't want to hold on him shaking his face like this with the tricorder because it's awful.
we gotta cut to something else. Yeah.
Yes, we have to get away from that as fast as possible because he's about to fall over. He's convulsing so much. No, I do like that because it does echo the transporter effect. It's just a shame that it's at the end of some of the worst Shatner acting I think I've ever seen. So
but
that's,
like you said, though,
what makes it worse. The next scene, he's so good where he's talking that clip. Yeah. You see it all. That's what I mean about you go from over the top and terrible to okay, where he's actually being sincere and vulnerable and honest. And he's really good in that scene. So I'm glad they didn't do it in reverse. I'm glad they went from bad to good. But that's why I picked that part of it and not the clip that everybody expects. Because I'm just like, that was that part. I just kind of go, oh boy. Okay. And then you get to a much better scene.
And it's a wonderful scene. And it kind of, it's all catching up to him. So like this, a man I hadn't seen for 15 years and a son who would be willing to help him. I think it's kind of like this idea that Kirk has kind of just been like being free and easy in the universe, for over, 15 to 20 years, just kind of doing his thing. And there's all this wreckage. And one is an enemy that it wants to, seek revenge. Another one's a son he didn't know, a life he never had. And so that makes him, he just kind of keeps escaping everything. He's never really facing anything. So he just feels worn out and old.
It's also, to go back to this clip with Scotty, where he explains what's going on. This is a better explanation. Just that it's so organic. Oh, there's a guy out there I haven't seen in this long. He's trying to kill me. Not, oh, he's trying to kill me because he wants vengeance because I sent him away. And he won't stop no matter who's in the way. Like, that's just a very, oh, somebody wrote that on a page because it's called Exposition 101. Whereas this is just a natural way of working it into a response because he ties it into the son. Like you said, it's like, okay, he hates me. So does this guy. It's like, I'm screwed either way. There's a guy out there. There's a guy here. Nobody wants to be around me. I don't feel like I can do anything. And I'm barely getting away. That line where he says, the only reason we're alive is I knew more about a ship than he did, is basically a nonverbal way of saying, or a different way of saying, he is better than me. I just happen to know one thing. This is not because I'm better. He was better. I just had one piece of knowledge he didn't, which will come back again in the ending when they're in the nebula, as far as the way that Khan interacts with ships. He can be brilliant, but he's inexperienced. And so it is just this little bit of something that let them get away at all. Otherwise, they would have been dead. So I do like this whole scene is much better in terms of the way they worked that in. So I really like it.
And it echoes the first film. It echoes the first film where he's out of touch, right? Where Decker has to, like tell him he can't shoot, the phasers because they'll, divert power or whatever. Like it'll destroy the ship. And so he's out of touch. He doesn't know. And in this, he's like, I'm out of touch. I'm all alone. I don't have any allies. And he's almost maybe admitting, I think I'm too old for this. Like, I think I can't really be a captain anymore because I'm too old. Like, at least he's sort of at his lowest point. I mean, he's trapped inside a rock. And, from what we know from the audience and, from what we've seen, it's a no-win situation.
Well, and the other thing is he's reuniting with a former lover of his. When the first three movies, Kirk is utterly alone except for Bones and, well, Spock's not going to be there in the third one, but there's whereas in the original series, Kirk was getting around. Like, Kirk was never that alone, if you know what I mean. There was always somebody to share in his adventures. Whereas in this, we really have seen him very isolated.
Right.
And to me, that's supposed to read that isolation is what's making him in the first movie the kind of, well, I've got to do something. I have nothing outside of Starfleet. And that will come back way down the line in Generations. There's a line where he says, hey, I did my bit. It's time for me to actually have a life outside of Starfleet. That's a ways off. We'll get to that film. But this is kind of the beginning of that, where it's like, well, you have nothing without this. And the difference here is, as you said, he is reckoning with the fact that I don't know if I can even do this. They bring up the fact that he's old in this movie when he'll be through number 6, where they're far older. So there is kind of an irony to the fact that they're bringing this up, because I'm like, this series goes on for a while, guys. You think you're old now, you're barely going to be able to move by the 6th one.
And all the actors, you're just like, oh, they're squeezing them into the uniforms.
Oh, yeah, they are literally pouring them into them. It's like, okay, they butter up the inside and just pull the onesie over them because you're not going to get them in otherwise. So then they go out, they see the Genesis cave, and, she talks about the fact that in a couple of days, it just life was accelerated, which is basically laying the groundwork for the third one. We don't know that yet, but that's what it is, where, not only did life show up, but it grew really fast. Like, it grew faster than we expected. And that's what's going to factor into Spock's resurrection later. And so then we get the scene where finally Saavik, who is kind of, at least one other time, tried to get Kirk to talk about how he beat the test, and he didn't, because she says, can I ask how you beat it? He says, well, you can ask. And then he doesn't say anything. So in this, she brings it up again, and we finally get the actual explanation of how he beat the test.
Sir, may I ask you a question?
What's on your mind, Lieutenant?
The Kobayashi Maru, sir.
Are you asking me if we're playing out that scenario now?
On the test, sir. Will you tell me what you did? I would really like to know.
Lieutenant, you are looking at the only Starfleet cadet who ever beat the no-win scenario.
How?
I reprogrammed the simulation so it was possible to rescue the ship.
What?
He cheated. I changed the conditions of the test. Got a commendation for original thinking. I don't like to lose.
Then you never faced that situation. Faced death.
I don't believe in the no-win scenario. Kirk to Spock. It's 2 hours. Are you ready?
Right on schedule, Admiral. Just give us your coordinates and we'll beam you aboard.
All right. I don't like to lose.
here again, we get a little bit of foreshadowing, because this, I think, is meant to make the audience go, oh yeah, they're all going to make it, because they're setting up that he beat the test once by reconfiguring things. So surely Kirk, who beat the test no one could beat, is going to get out of this unscathed. That's what we're setting up, which of course is not what's going to happen. But it's a great scene because it explains why he's the only one who beat it. And this idea that he has not faced this scenario, Saavik is correct, and we'll get a little bit of this later when he's talking to David at the end, where he's managed to get out of everything so far. So he has never really faced true loss. Certainly officers of his have died, but at least at arm's length, kind of the distance that, people have to have when there are a lot of people underneath them. You can't feel every death. That kind of, what's the word for it? That disconnection from it, or that distance from it. And so, like I said, I think this is a way of making the audience think, oh, he did it once, that Kirk, he'll do it again, which he will not.
And even the music kind of perks up and percolates like, oh, he was fine the whole time. He was, a few scenes ago, he was at his lowest moment, right? And you thought he was a broken man, but he still has a few tricks up his sleeve.
Well, yeah, because they do this thing where they basically, they have a suspicion. There's a regulation that says don't say anything over a channel that you don't know is secure in any way that's not coded. So they're basically faking out Khan by making it seem like the ship is in worse shape than it is. And so, yeah, once you find out, again, right after the Kobayashi Maru explanation, when you find out he did that, at this point, you're like, well, he now has the upper hand in everything. Kirk will figure it out, because look what all these things he's managed to stop Khan the one time. Yes, he had a little help by having extra knowledge. Now he's managed to fool him, and he's going to be able to get away. And so the ship starts moving, but they figure out that they're not going to be able to outrun Reliant, that they've got to go to this nebula that's nearby, because at least there, nobody's shields will work, nobody's tactical stations will work. They will both essentially be blind, but at least they will be on a level playing field. And so they make a break for it. And here again, Khan's second in command says to him, well, we can't go in there. And Khan's like, why not? And he says, because if we go in there, we'll have no shields. We might not have scanners. And Khan hesitates. This is the interesting bit. Khan stops. And Kirk, because at one point, Saavik says to him, well, what if he doesn't follow us? And Kirk says, oh, he'll follow us. But even there, he's wrong, because Khan stops, or at least is thinking about it. And Kirk's like, because Spock says, oh, they're slowing down. So Kirk's like, I know how to do this. He's like, hey, no, I'm in the cloud. And basically I was like, fuck, and flips out, and he's like, go get him. And he like throws this guy next to him. He's like, full power. And he hits the gas himself and goes in. At which point Spock says, remind me to tell you sometime about human ego and how it works. Because earlier Spock had said, I have no ego, so I'm not worried about you taking over the ship. So now we get this really beautiful whole end sequence where the ships, it's all really, again, kind of like the regular sequence where it's dark and there's really underlighting, and the ships, it's wonderful to look at. And it feels a lot like it. In fact, I think some musical cues that were sort of the V'ger cloud in a couple scenes. Did you hear those? Like real subtle?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of borrowing, but also then there was this like kind of echo effect that they were using to kind of show that, your sensors don't quite work in this space. So then even the way sound travels through this space is somehow distorted. And there's almost like kind of the whale noises, the kind of, echoing. So it's just supposed to show us that it's kind of a disorienting space to be in, one that's, jamming all the scanners and locking mechanisms or targeting mechanisms. But just in general, the way sound and light move through this space is bizarre.
Yeah, there's a lot of disorientation in the way that we keep seeing the ship from the top and from different angles, and you're not really sure where anything is, because even in space, you generally have something to orient you, a planetoid or a space station, or even the positions of the ships, where in here, there's parts where you don't really know if the ships are upside down. They never really show that, but it's possible. You don't know what planes they're on. And they keep doing this thing where they've got the view screen, and the view screen has all this static, and they're trying to see through it. You can't really tell. And there's one part where suddenly the screen comes on and Reliant is right in front of them. And so they're kind of jousting back and forth, and they're damaging each other again. And then there's a point where Spock says, well, you know what the problem here is for him is he's inexperienced. So all he's thinking is thinking in two dimensions, like the straight plane. So what we need to do is we need to reorient ourselves either above or below him. And what they end up doing is going below him. And so the Reliant passes over, and then the Enterprise comes up, and that's where this music plays right before they shoot him that I always think of with this sequence. And they manage to basically kill virtually everybody on the ship, even though they show explosions later where some of the crew is alive again. But that's okay. That's just continuity's tough, everybody.
There was other crew. There was other crew on the ship, you know.
They kill the entire bridge crew, and Khan is basically completely wrecked on like two different sides of his bodies. His hand doesn't work. The ungloved hand, his Michael Jackson hand still works, and his face is all bloodied and burned. And basically what he does is he's like, yep, you don't have me. And he activates the Genesis device. And what then when they realize that, because David recognizes the Genesis wave, is he says, we can't get out of here. Unless you have warp speed, the ship won't make it. We're going to die. And so he's telling Scotty, you have to get the warp engines online, but the compartment has been flooded with radiation, so nobody can go inside. And then you see Spock just get up and leave the room and go down to engineering, and he goes in, and McCoy tries to stop him. He basically does the Vulcan neck pinch on him, and then mind melds with him, which will come back in 3 in a big way, and basically goes into the room, pulls the top off of the magic radiation tube, or whatever it is, the dilithium chamber, I guess, and I don't know, does something, presses the, plays the Goonies keyboard theme.
He just full faces whatever the radiation or the reactor. He just full faces
you see him kind of like
it.
go
Just,
back. He's going
yeah,
like
I was
this.
like maybe like reach around or whatever, but he just goes full face right into the reactor. Yeah.
Yeah, I also like the idea that those gloves are going to protect him somehow.
Well, he wanted to
I've got
protect
big
his
puffy,
hands.
gloves.
Yeah, but
something.
he just goes full face. Yeah.
Yeah, he manages to, I don't know, align the crystals or whatever, or sprinkle
Right.
magic fairy dust, and suddenly the warp engines come on, and they manage to warp out. And they get away, and nobody on the bridge knows what's happening. So Kirk's like, hey, good work, Scotty, you did it. And then you hear McCoy come on, and he's like, hey, man, you better come down here. Now, here's another perhaps controversial opinion from me, because this is considered one of the greatest death scenes in movie history. And it's great. But for me, and this again is because I have a lot of appreciation for James Doohan, the best part of this scene is when Kirk first gets here. And this is the clip I'm going to play where Scotty basically says, no, he's finished. You can't save him. Because, and you won't, if you don't see the video, you can't see this. So go look it up if you've never seen it. But again, I think Shatner's acting in this scene is so good. But let me play the clip because I think it's just the whole combination of things, and then we'll talk about it.
No! You'll flood the whole compartment. He'll die.
Son, he's dead already.
It's too late.
So in the scene, what you see is Kirk at first is trying to go through them.
Yeah.
Until they both say, no, it's too late. And then he just crumples and his whole face falls.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's the whole scene. Like and the way that Doohan says he's dead already is just matter of fact. Like, no, there's nothing you can do. You go in there, all you're doing is adding another body. There's no point. And like I said, Shatner, for all that scene where he screams at Khan is terrible, this is probably the best scene in the movie. I know everybody's going to say it's the part where he's talking to Spock. No, for me, it's where his whole body language changes because up till now, no win scenario, I don't accept it. I can save him. No, you can't. It's done. Basically, all that's left is to say goodbye to him, but you can't beat death this time. And I think it's the best scene that Shatner has in the whole movie. I absolutely love the whole thing.
He has to face death. And, he's going through the denial, anger, and then he very quickly moves to the acceptance that, yes, my friend... And we talked about he loves Spock, right? He idealizes Spock. So one of a person he idealizes is now dying, and he has to finally face death.
Yeah, and like I said, it's and the rest of it is good too. I'm certainly not saying that the rest of it. I'm not comparing Shatner's acting in the earlier scene to the end scene. It's great. He and Leonard Nimoy have one of the best kind of back and forth death scenes there is. I think especially the only thing that would have been interesting to me is I wonder if that hit audiences as hard if they hadn't seen the series. Because if you think about it in the chronology of the movies, you only had one movie where Spock came back, and most of the movie he was basically a robot. So you didn't really have all the weight of the history unless you'd watched the original series. Now for those people, I'm sure they were shocked by this because I don't know that it's not like today where things get leaked. I don't think anybody knew what was happening here, and I don't think the trailer shows anything that alludes to it. So it had to be a real gut punch for those people, especially because Spock, as it's well known now, was the most popular character on the show, far more than Shatner. So for audiences to see him die, and die definitively, I mean, this wasn't he wakes up in sickbay and McCoy's just waved his magic wand and healed everything. No, the next thing we see is he's in a torpedo tube and they're going to fire him to the planet. He is dead. So I don't know that it had the same impact for people who weren't familiar with the series. It still works. I just don't know that it would be the same level.
It was such a, in the 80s, there's so many movies like that. Like even the Empire ending, like, Luke, I am your father. Like these like really sort of like out of left field, like, wow, they killed Spock. Like, oh my God, Darth Vader, is his father, like all these things. So I think there was like, I think it was probably just as shocking. Those two scenes were probably just as shocking as each other, But like you said, there's some foreshadowing earlier on where it's like he's never had to face death, never had to face death, Kirk, and he always gets away. So you're like, okay, somebody's gonna pay the price. I think when I first saw the movie, I was like, oh, his son is gonna pay the price, right? But then I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, that's not gonna be. He's not important enough of a character. He fits the red shirt. His son fits the red shirt kind of model because he's not like a core character. So yeah, I think it was probably pretty shocking to see Spock die, especially one of the most beloved characters, but then also just such a core part of Star Trek. And I really love talking about music. I love at the end, he does the "Live Long and Prosper" thing up on the glass. Spock does, and then we hear that. The Jerry Goldsmith horn kind of, horn theme that comes in there amid all the other kind of really sappy and nostalgic kind of James Horner string stuff. That little motive comes up there. So you almost wonder, so you kind of like, it reminds you of the series and it reminds you of the title screen and just like probably all the history. And I think like encapsulated in that little line, it's like what you said, where people who had watched the original series, now it was like, what, 10 or 15 years ago, that was all kind of flooding back into them now. Like, wow, this major character that I've known over the years is now dying or dead.
And one thing we haven't really talked about since the very beginning is Horner's music is great in this, where it builds up and it gets really big when it needs to, but it also has these small moments, like at the end of the "he's dead already" thing. There's just this very simple, I guess is a string, probably just kind of fading off. Like it's a well done in terms of its dynamics, I guess would be the best word for it. It often modern music can be a little overpowering, even when it's supposed to be the quieter moments. And in this one, you really have the highs, lows balanced correctly, where the music gets out of the way when it's something where the people have to be important. But then when it's like ship battles where there's no people, then suddenly it's big and swelling and it's kind of just amplifying everything. I think it's a stellar score, even though we talked about the forgettability of the opening. The way that the actual soundtrack or the score operates within the movie, I think is fantastic. I think it works so well because it really does accentuate each moment properly.
Yeah, it's weird though. It doesn't read as a sad scene where Spock is dying. It's almost like there's this like mystery about it, or like the Genesis. It feels very similar to like the kind of music they use with Genesis, where it's like, oh, there's like a mystery or a riddle being, shown. And, they play with that later too. Like obviously when we get to the end of the movie, they kind of show us Genesis and we see the, torpedo that has Spock in it. We see that on the planet. So I think it's kind of like wink, wink to the audience a little bit, like, hey, like maybe come for the third one, because we might have some other things in mind. But, and that's why it feels very E.T. there. It doesn't feel like a death scene. It feels like when E.T. touches Elliot's, finger or whatever like that. Like it feels like a little bit of like innocence and kind of mystery. But yeah, I think it's very underscored, like you said. And I think that just allows the actors to sort of act over the top and the wonderful dialogue that they have.
And I think for me, that's why my favorite part is the first bit where he shows up, because the music does get out of the way. It is just, it's all in the actual emotion of the character, and then the music is very, very subtle. I think it is what you're talking about. They were basically musically doing a stinger. They were saying, okay, yeah, this isn't necessarily the end, which we're going to have our discussion on 3 in a lot of ways, but
it's going to be rough.
One of my arguments
drink plenty of water.
Yeah, that one might be the longest one yet because of all the problems we're gonna have to get into.
Right.
But one of the things I think was a mistake was bringing Spock back a movie later. That's just one problem of many, and that's the thing is, if they had waited a movie, this would have been more of, oh yeah, they showed the torpedo pod. You'd forget about it. It's one of those things where people's memories are pretty short. So if you'd left a movie's gap in between, it might have actually made some people think, oh yeah, it is permanent. He is dead. And then suddenly you come back to it. But that's...
Yeah, but remember the first movie, I was like, Bones showed up. So it was Kirk all in the first movie. And I was like, okay. And then Bones showed up and I'm like, oh, that's right. To have Kirk, you need Bones. And I was like, still something's missing. And once Spock shows up in the first movie, then you're like, okay, here it is. Here's that balance. Here's that, the conscience versus the no ego versus Kirk's ego. And you're like, great, you need the three people. So I could argue, and we can argue this when we watch the third one. We'll have a lot to argue about. But you could argue in the third one, would a movie work without the three of them? Would a story work without those three characters?
Sure. Yeah. So we'll save that argument for three.
Yes.
But then after Spock's death and they fire the torpedo, we get this sequence with him and David, which I think is really, really good. It's probably the best scene that the actor who plays David has, because he hasn't had too much to do in the movie, but it really does kind of circle back to the very beginning of the film and just kind of brings all the themes together in what I think is a really well-written scene. So this is where basically Kirk's in his room, his glasses have broken, which was Bones' gift to him, and will be again. That's the beautiful part. That's 4. We'll get to that. And so he's trying to read this book, and he's doing the whole thing that a lot of older people do, where he's holding. They do this little gag a couple times where he's holding a book out.
He must be nearsighted or farsighted.
Yes.
So
he'd be farsighted.
Right. Yeah. So he has to move the book further away so that he can see it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't have his cheaters or whatever they call them, where he's the reading glasses that you can buy in the supermarket for $5. So yeah, he's basically holding the book out, and there's a knock on the door, and it's David coming to talk to him. So here we go.
I don't mean to intrude.
No, not at all. I should be on the bridge.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
I poured myself a drink. Would you like it?
Lieutenant Savick was right. You never have faced death.
No, not like this. I haven't faced death. I've cheated death. I tricked my way out of death. And patted myself on the back for my ingenuity. I know nothing.
You knew enough to tell Savick that how he faced death is at least as important as how he faced life.
Just words.
But good words. That's where ideas begin. Maybe you should listen to them. I was wrong about you. And I'm sorry.
Is that what you came here to say?
Mainly. And also that I'm proud. Very proud to be your son.
Now, the scene borderlines on going a little over sappy, but at the same time, honestly, I remember when I first saw this thinking, well, we'll never see him again. That actor's gone. Like, this is a typical thing that, like a one episode, the guy comes in, oh, he's really important, and then they forget about him. But he will show up in the third film for some amount of time. Again, we'll save our discussion of that. But this is, I think if he hadn't shown up, it is a good scene in the way that it's written, and it does kind of go over everything that the movie has covered. But also it gives, because Kirk at this point seems like he must be at his lowest point, period, because yes, he technically won, but the cost was extremely high. And the one thing that he does get back to some degree is, well, at least my son doesn't hate me. even though, he spent most of the movie hating me, he has seen that, this is what I have to deal with, which is what I feel like he's basically what David is saying is, I wrote you off as just an idiot and just another bumbling military fool, but I've seen what you go through and I have more respect for you because you did try to save everybody. So I like the scene. It's a nice way to kind of just about finish the film. I just like I think it's written well. I like the idea that he brings up, he says good words lead to ideas. Like it's a very scientific, it's a science thing to say. So I like that little bit because it does remind you that David is a scientist and not just some random blonde guy with a sweater tied around like he's a polo player.
Right.
He actually has a brain. So I like the scene. I think it's a nice ending or almost ending scene for the movie.
And that's the cool thing about Star Trek. In all the different series, Next Generation and all the others, there can be these tender moments in the movies. And definitely later as this, a block of movies all the way up to even to Generations, there's this tenderness that can happen in the movies that, sometimes, it's all action or it's all science or it's all logic. And just to have these really basic relationships like a son reuniting with his father, like that can all happen in Star Trek. And I think that's one of the reasons why people like it so much is because it can have that range. And I also think, yeah, you're right. I think, he's faced death. And now he's confronting his past, right? Which is, here is a physical manifestation of his past where he just sowed his oats, right? So he's been cheating death, he's been avoiding death, and he's been avoiding his past. And where the one came back to him, where he lost a very dear friend, at least in this scenario, his past has looked him over and decided that, he thinks he's a good person.
And then we get a final scene where they're all kind of on the bridge. And I don't like McCoy's line about he's not dead if we don't remember, as long as we remember him. I feel like that's a very, very unnecessary line. I like everything else, so I didn't even clip it.
There was like a word count. There was a dialogue count. He needs to say at least 60 words in the movie. So
it just feels like something a child would say. It's like one of the most cliched things you ever hear. So it's odd that Bones is being that sentimental. I know his brain's been scrambled because now Spock's up there. We'll find that out later. And he's kind of fighting for dominance, but Spock would never say that either. So it doesn't even make sense that way. But the rest of it I like. And then you do get the final line from Kirk where he says, we'll have to come back here, which again is kind of a thing he didn't do with Khan, is don't forget about these things from your past. That is sort of a kind of setup and payoff. What the mistake he made with Khan, he's not going to make again. Now, it won't be him who goes back to Genesis. That's going to be a completely out of his brain. Boy, oh boy, there's so much. There's so much about 3. We'll get to it.
Yep.
But one thing we didn't really talk about is Kirstie Alley Savick, who I always forget. She's okay, but I never really I never knew what they were doing with her because she acts like she's supposed to be a logical Vulcan sometimes, but then she doesn't. She says that line about he's so human to Spock, who's half human. So I'm like, is that an insult? What am I? Her character is odd to me. I kind of get why she didn't come back. I don't think she's terribly well written. I don't know if the idea was supposed to be that she would, because obviously the next movie Spock comes back, so she wasn't going to take over for Spock. So in contrast to, say, who's the actress who plays the Vulcan in 6? Oh, Kim Cattrall. In contrast to Kim Cattrall, who I thought was excellent, and when she betrays, I'm jumping ahead, when she betrays Spock, you feel it. Like that whole scene, man, we'll get to that. But this feels like knowing what comes later, I'm like, yeah, I don't know that this really works. It's not terrible. It just doesn't seem to fit. It's sort of odd. What was your read
was
on
this
that?
was this her first film? Because it says introducing.
It says introducing, so I guess so.
Yeah.
That's usually what
she
they
hadn't
do
been
when
on
you're
Cheers
new.
yet or whatever. That was later when she's a little bit older.
Not.
And she was somehow linked. So I think she was a babe. I mean, she's a very attractive woman. And I think it was, I think also too, if you notice in the later movies too, they do bring in younger actors because the crew is aging. So I think, bringing in Kirstie Alley, a young Kirstie Alley, I think it's like that. I think it's supposed to be just somebody who can idolize Kirk and also be trapped up. Like she falls for his whole thing, his whole, like, his kind of vibe and like, oh, well, and he shows off for her where he's like, I never, You know, what does his line say? I don't like to lose, or whatever. Which is
Yeah,
like
I
what
don't
the
like to
creepy
lose.
old guy says to like.
Also,
you know,
the thing in the turbo lift where he's like, "I see you've changed your hair."
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's like
And
looking
then
her up
even
and down,
but
like, "Oh,
Bones,
this is
but
gross."
Bones points it out too. He's like, "Is she doing something different with her hair or whatever?" I'm like, "What?"
I
But
think that's
so-
an attempt to diffuse what was going on there,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
that Kirk is like, "So, are we doing this
Yeah.
or what?" Because
Yeah.
I've done it with other women. I don't care what they
Right,
are.
right. But see, I think that's the whole like his past catching up to him. So I think she was supposed to be there to be sort of the awestruck recruit, and because she would want to know, why did you, how did you beat the Kobayashi Maru? So I think she's there for that. I think she's young, she's attractive, and I think she does a fantastic job of being very sort of like, as emotionless as the character calls for. So I think it's great. Yeah, I'm surprised she never came back. It might be she wasn't written back in. It might just be that she didn't want to do another one because you get typecasted for this type of thing, and then you are a Star Trek actor. Um, but yeah, this final scene, before we get to the kind of glamour shots of Genesis and the torpedo tube, my favorite line is at the end after the really obnoxious thing Bones says, like you mentioned, like he never, if we keep him in our mind, he never, they ask Kirk how he feels. And he says, I feel young. And I think that's supposed to be, for me, the way I interpret that, you might have a different opinion, but I interpreted that because he was never facing his past and he never faced death, he kind of wasn't really. And then he was doing, before this, his job was to inspect the starships or whatever. So he had like removed himself from all the direct connection to pain, right? To joy, but also pain and all the other things. So he just felt really kind of uninspired, spent, and old. And even though like he lost his best friend Spock, reunited with his son, he felt all these other emotions. And so it made him feel young. And I don't know, I just thought that was cool. And it also kind of sets up like there's going to be 8 more of these movies. Like get ready. Like we're going to do as many as if you keep coming and buying popcorn, like we'll keep putting them out because he's like, I feel young and I'm ready to do this. So, but I thought that was cool. I thought that was a nice character arc once again, like where he's like, he's feeling old. He's at his lowest. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. He has to face death. He has to face his past. And as a result, he feels young again.
Yeah, no, I think you're completely right because they bring this up later. I'm going to jump a little bit ahead with a clip that references exactly what you're talking about because I think you're right. When he says that, it's because if you remember, Bones in the beginning says you're hiding from yourself. And some of that is that you can't just pretend that there's never going to be a loss. Nobody's going to make it the whole way through. And where that comes back way later is in, honestly, the movie that we were joking about that inspired this whole thing. So let me play a little clip of that just as a preface so you can see where this pays off.
Damn it, Bones, you're a doctor. You know that pain and guilt can't be taken away with the wave of a magic wand. They're the things we carry with us, the things that make us who we are. If we lose them, we lose ourselves. I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
And that's really what this is the beginning of. And it is that thing where if you don't know loss, that's why David says they were good words. And that has a double meaning. But one of them is that, if you don't know what death is, you don't appreciate who's around you. And so it does work very well. And then the very final thing we actually get as we kind of pan off Genesis is we hear Spock's voice, not Kirk. And of course, it'll be Patrick Stewart doing it as the opening of Next Gen. But he basically says, these are the continuing voyages of the Starship Enterprise, which is, you might as well just put giant block letters that say to be continued.
Well, yeah, it's like Back to the Future, right? At the end of the first Back to the Future,
yeah.
They're like, we're going to make,
Exactly.
We're making more of these.
Right.
To be continued.
Yeah. So, that's what I mean about, that was not as typical then as it is now, where you're setting up at least a trilogy, if not 18 films in a row. So I think that they had an awareness, this is going to, and maybe they'd done test, who knows when they actually added that. Sometimes they add things very late. But I have to imagine that watching the movie and seeing what was happening, everybody probably had an awareness that this movie is going to work. Like, we've got everything that we need, top to bottom. And so they're setting up a third film. Because again, you wouldn't have all that end sequence with the Genesis torpedo and then Spock's voice and the idea that there's going to be a third movie. Whether people thought it would immediately be Spock coming back, I don't know. I don't know what the at the time, what the awareness would have been of that, because I know Leonard Nimoy didn't want to come back. And the only reason he eventually did is because they said, you can direct the movie. That was his condition. He was pretty much ready to walk away from it. And in fact, even in the original film, he didn't want to come back. And they had to sweet talk him back into it because they understood that Spock's the one. Like, everybody likes Spock. He's got to be there. Yeah. And I think
maybe he knew that too, movie, so he was holding out for a little. No,
he was no dummy. Leonard Nimoy knew what he was doing. Like, he was a smart guy. So, and as you said, you can't have it work without those. At least that core three is what you need. So yeah, we lay the groundwork for another movie, predictably, and this movie came out and is regarded by many people as the best one that they've ever made. That 2 is the best one, which I certainly would put it in the top 5. I wouldn't say it's the best one, but I mean, I can see every reason why it has been the most successful one. Everything in terms of how it's shot, it moves so well. It knows when to do big things. It knows when to relax. It has the pacing down perfectly. It's beautifully shot. The music is fantastic. Outside of 1 or 2 bad scenes, I think the acting is stellar across the board. The writing, of course, is why. So the acting complements the writing and vice versa. So everything about it works really well. Special effects, pretty much bulletproof. I don't think there's anything that's really, that even at the time was probably, maybe some of the explosion compositing might not have been flawless, but most of the effects are understated and simple. So they put everything into the right place. And again, we mentioned for a 2-hour movie, it feels like it's an episode. It feels like it's a single episode of television. It flies, and it's largely 2 places, a moon and a nebula, and 2 characters, the leads, who never meet, which again, in an old episode, they'd be punching. Well, in the old episode, they were punching each other. In Spacey, they were basically fisticuffing through half the episode. So everything about this just, I understand why so many people hold this in high regard. Now, before we started recording, this is the same thing with like the Road Warrior and Thunderdome. Most people say Road Warrior is the best one. My favorite of the originals is Thunderdome for a number of reasons. So it's absolutely personal preference, but I understand why so many people love Road Warrior. As far as Mad Max, that's the defining movie.
Either way, though,
defining movie for Star Trek.
Either way, though, you have a good time. Like, either way, you're going to have a good time. I feel like this movie is closest to, how like some people with the Star Wars trilogy and will say the only 3 movies I accept. But, Empire, everyone talks about how that's the one, and then because there's no Ewoks. But, it's that Lawrence Kasdan style of writing where it's like scene to scene to scene, this, then that. But then this, but then because of that, this, and it's this really quick movement. And I think the writing was very similar in this, where it was like just very, very trim, everything you need, great one-liners, I love you, I know, all the great, Luke, I am your father, like all these like great things that you take away. And Khan, I know you hate it, but like that's a big moment, in this movie. So there's those the acting aside, there's these catchphrases, there's these really great plot points. So I think it's more in that style, where like the first one was beautifully shot and we have these beautiful long, just like worlds and an alien spaceship that you just like, it leaves some to your imagination. You're like filling it in because you're like, what am I even looking at? Right. And there's some of the later films too that kind of take this idea of like having a very quick, fast-paced sort of script. The one thing we didn't get so much into, though, is really all the heady topics that were in the first one and kind of all the kind of thought-provoking things. I think there's a lot of great things, themes in this movie, but there wasn't which I kind of like in a Star Trek, is when there is a little bit more of like, we're thinking about morality, we're thinking about what it means to be human. Those were all there, but in between the phaser blasts and earworms, we didn't quite have as much time to sit and contemplate those things.
Yeah, Bones kind of gets into it in the one scene, and then they really never talk about the morality of what they're doing with this particular device. Like, it just kind of falls by the wayside. And my suspicion, without knowing this for a fact, is that they probably never intended to, but they wanted Bones to be that character. So they wanted it to, they didn't want to gloss over it. They knew that it was going to be a problem if you just never mentioned that, yes, you could kill a bunch of people with this, and that does sort of set up the ending where they're trapped. And if it goes off, they die, because I guess if you don't explicitly say that, you could kind of say, well, maybe they would have been fine. But by pointing that out, you understand that it's destruction for creation. So you're right. The first movie, which they'll come back to in the fifth one, is this idea of, well, what is it to meet God? What does that mean? What does it mean to you if you have no purpose, or you can't find, you get obsessed with the purpose of finding your creator? Whereas this one, the morality, and I think too, one of the things that they probably took out of the first one was, we can't have the main villain be a giant gaseous entity until the very, very end. We need to have a Darth Vader for Star Trek. Right. And Khan was the natural fit.
And Khan was
Montalban's
larger
awesome.
than life. Yeah, larger than life.
And he's so good. I mean, he so naturally manages to be charismatic and threatening and sexy all at once, like the bare chest, which people thought was fake. It was not. That he was in good shape.
He was ripped. He was a ripped old man.
and they surrounded him with like Chippendale dancers. So like everybody in Khan's crew, for being malnourished on a hell planet, they sure look pretty good. I mean, everybody's skin is nice.
Theirs is a superior intellect. So
boy, is it. The superior genes can do a lot. Because he's talking about how we barely sustained ourselves. It's like, none of you even looks like you've lost 10 pounds.
I'm like, you guys are all on creatine. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. You must have amazing moisturizer in the Botany Bay storehold. Just bathing in it. So, like you said, this movie was definitely focused on action. This was big on action. It was supposed to be, I think the idea was, well, if we can't reinvigorate the franchise here, it's dead. So we have to see what we can do. And they realized they had it, and then they set up a third film, which we'll get to. And then they don't really come back to big ideas until really the fourth and fifth film, and then part of the sixth. Like the fourth one is big on environmental stuff, probably too much. We'll get to that. The fifth one dives back into, well, what is God? What happens? Oh boy. And there's problems with 5 too, like the Great Barrier that we've never heard of, the center of the galaxy until this movie that somehow evaded everybody's attention. So there's lots to discuss as we get there later. But one of the reasons that this movie I think works so well is because you don't have to think that deeply about it. So I think that's what makes it work for a lot of people who weren't already fans. It's like, I could show this to my wife, who has zero interest in Trek, and I think she would really enjoy it. I don't think I'd show her any of the other ones, though. I don't think she'd get anything out of those like this.
You're right. I think it's the most accessible. It really is. It's like, here's your science fiction kind of action adventure movie, and there's big themes, but at the same time, there's a lot of action and a lot of excitement.
So I don't know that there's much else to say. I think we've covered. Is there anything that we missed? We already talked about. We've talked about, I think, all the major stuff in it. All the elements were there. I think they took some pieces of. They took the Kirk flaws from the first film, and they figured out how to work them into a movie that was more fast paced. Again, I think everybody involved, and for the Kirstie Alley stuff, I wouldn't even fault her for that. That's writing. I feel like the character wasn't written as well.
I think it was fine. I think it was enjoyable. I think it was enjoyable to look at her. And then I also think the character set up this great, like, you needed somebody who would be a groupie or be like a fan of Kirk, right? So you would understand why he was, that he was charismatic, right? You had to establish that.
And to be fair about it, I think some of that is also colored by the fact that I think that the Vulcan in 6 is a much better character. So some of this is retroactively depreciating in an unfair way. So it doesn't ruin the movie. I just look at Kim Cattrall and I'm like, yeah, that's how you do another Vulcan.
Well, it's a 2.0. Then it's the 2.0. Yeah, the Savick 2.0. Definitely.
But in terms of a movie that took all the lessons of the first one and tried to do it better, I think you can't argue that they didn't. I think it's a spectacular movie. So like I said, even though I wouldn't necessarily call it my favorite of the series, it's easily understood that when you watch it, you're like, yeah, all of it is functioning. And it really was. I think if this movie had not done well, that's it. Even with the tease at the end, which I'm wondering when that was put in, I think that's it for the series. You can't have 2 mediocre big budget films. I think this movie was exactly what Trek needed at that point to then propel it on to do 4 more films. So I understand why so many people revere it so much. I think it's a great time. It flies by. And I mean, Khan, they went back to him again in Into Darkness very terribly, which we're not going to talk about because there is no joy to be had in those films.
We're not here to discuss that.
No, we're not. We're going to pretend that Into Darkness never happened. But if nothing else, if you want to watch it, it will only enhance how much better this one is. So if you want to see how to do the terrible version of this film, go watch Star Trek Into Darkness. But that'll wrap it up, I think, for Wrath of Khan. So a great pair of movies to talk about together because they are really polar opposites, but I think both function very well for what they're trying to be. I think the first one was trying to be the heavy, hard science fiction Trek and is successful at it. And I think the second one is the swashbuckling Trek, the kind of high adventure, the Horatio Hornblower in space idea. So I think as a pair of films, I really enjoyed. I don't know that I've ever watched them this close together, one after the other. I think I tend to put space between Trek films. But I think in the future, I'll probably watch them like this because I think the complementary nature of them actually works really well. I like the two of them back to back. So if nothing else, it's given me a new kind of double feature of my own to watch as I'll watch 1 and 2. I don't know when I'll ever watch 3 after the next viewing for this.
when you're angry with yourself, when you
I guess
when you need to punish yourself.
When I want to watch a movie where Christopher Lloyd is about the only good thing in it, and that's only because he's hamming it up.
I need to rewatch it, but I feel like, and not to give anything away, I feel like there's his costume is falling off in one scene. I feel like there's a scene where Christopher Lloyd is yelling and his costume is like coming off. I'm like, who directed this, Leonard Nimoy?
I want to say I haven't watched it in probably 15 years.
It's been a while.
But I only remember certain bits, and even the ones I remember, I don't remember them.
Isn't there a dog? Reasons. He has dogs or something.
Yes, he has a dog. Yeah. And
so we'll watch it, and we'll. Doesn't look good though. It doesn't. It's gonna be a tough one.
When I'm looking forward to watching 4 again.
Yeah, but hey, if you want to have your dessert, if you want to have 4, then you gotta.
You know what? I guess
it's
it's the equivalent of the Khan screaming scene to the next scene. That's what 3 and 4 are. 3 sets up 4. So when I go into aluminum foil roll, I'll be welcoming back at least I'll say this.
Yeah.
At least 3 gave us the Bird of Prey. So you know what? All sins are forgiven because I love that ship. So if nothing else, I'll take that out of it. But that is for the next episode, unless you're doing the full run, which I am going to do, in which case Surgeon General and Smokey the Bear agree at the intermission or take a break. Stop it. Get up.
Yeah, you should not be listening to us for this long. It's not healthy.
Don't look into the sun, but look at the sky, look at a bird, a tree, something like that, because, you're crazy if you go all the way through. On that note, once again, a reminder that you can find all of Doug's work over at DougBielmeyer.com. Music for Billionaires is the album that you can buy in any place where things that you can be hearing through your ears are sold. Yes, that makes sense. Doug, thanks again. As always, a blast. And
absolutely
2 hours. Yep, this is going to be 14 hours. That's what it is. Sorry, everybody. I don't know what to tell you, but
enjoy.
Thanks for watching, and we're sorry. Till next time.